Hello, hello. How goes? Everything working? Anyone know if it's working on the YouTube side? Are we still getting those issues that we had yesterday of the stream not working for some people in Europe? I hope all is well. We got a good amount of signups today. That's good. Hella signups. Jeez. Maximillionaire. Is he gonna check in? We'll see. Apparently, yeah, there's a dev blog. Tomb Kings can confederate now. The dev blog didn't really talk about multiplayer though, right? I haven't actually had the time to go through it. Blessed units. New blessed units for lizardmen. Interesting. Trait rebalanced. Yo, trait rebalance is hype. Greenskin skill updates. Unusual locations. Camera blood splatter. Interesting. Audio. Yeah, so. No news on the multiplayer yet. We'll see when the patch actually comes out. Anyways, let's get this tournament started. Generate that there bracket at goblins. Round 1. Here we go. We're up against the Big H. It's time. The Big H. There we go. Yo, yo. I'm Beastmen. Beastmen should be pretty fun. They're, in theory, still rather strong, as they haven't been nerfed very much. And they used to be top tier. But I feel like people are really starting to figure out how to play against them. That's making them suck a little bit. Jabber Scythe. Maybe some big Jabber Scythe action. None of these really have yeah, none of these are really Beastmen requests, are they? It's fine. I'll get to them eventually. Eventually. A lot of Wood Elf requests in there still. But yeah, I think the biggest struggle today would be trying to survive against monster spam. We're up against Warriors of Chaos, alright. Good start, good start. Bestigors are real good. Hey, what's up? Kylor, Alex, War Sphinx Cetra with no wounded debuff and multiplayer would be lit. Yeah, I wonder how many of these will actually inadvertently change multiplayer. I don't know if it'll make that much of a big difference, but you never know. Alright, so map bans. Alban. Altar of the Champion's good. Brave Alley's also pretty good. Could ban oil fields. Sure. Let's ban oil fields. Let's get the weird maps going today. Yeah, Beastmen, dude. I feel like Beastmen, people just stop playing them. And I don't know why. Oh yeah, look at that 6-0. Very good victory last time. We'll also get a little bit of campaign action too after today's tournament. Yeah, Centaurs get a nerfed. I guess Beastmen were really leaning on Centaurs then. Alright, so Warriors of Chaos though. I gotta make sure I don't die to like Ace on the Fallen or something weird. Jabber Scythes or monsters or something, whatever. Thank you very much.
Jabber Scythes or monsters or something, whatever. Smiling face with hearts emoji.
I think that would be very fun. first game of the day. We could take it easy. Jabber Scythe. Jabber Scythe is, I don't know, it was really good before. It has some of the best animations ever, but... Dang, he doesn't want to play on Brave Alley. Picks the Chaos map instead of the Beastmen map. Let's see. Faction banners. Beastmen don't really have the best faction banners, do they? Maybe Man Blight Tribe for a sick red. Gorgon. Some Gorgon action. Beastmen are still strong. I feel like, if you have good cavalry control, I think you're basically set, right? That's really all you need with Beastmen. Let's see here. What is this? This has to be a good ability, surely. And then magic. So magic wise, it's either it's very straightforward. You're either Flock of Dooming or you're Melkotzing. I don't think there's that much. There's not that much more that you really need to consider. Either that or you can go Lore of the Wild and go for like a Final Transmutation-esque type of playstyle. Could also go for the Spirit Leeching, but I think so much of Beastmen relies on winning your cavalry engagements that's what we should be focusing on. Now, mobility wise, Centaurs of Tzeentch, they're a nice armor piercing option. They're really expensive though. They do have shields. If we do go for them, I don't think we should have a lot. Trying to think of what Warriors of Chaos can bring. They definitely have a lot of spooky infantry. You know what? This would actually be kind of hilarious. Why not go for this, actually? You know, that's actually kind of insane. This could be very difficult for Warriors of Chaos to deal with. Get some sick Beastmen experimentation going on. This could be... You know what? Actually, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well take this too. Is there anything better I can take? Okay, there's some pretty funny stuff. There's some pretty funny stuff I can go for. Will it actually be good? There's only one way to find out. I think, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be a weird one, guys. It's gonna be one of those interesting builds. I'm excited for it, though. I take one of that. There's no way Warriors of Chaos will be ready for this. This is a rather terrifying build. Let's see. What else do I want? Do I want Zongors? Do I need Zongors? Like, obviously Zongors are very meta. Yeah, I think this build's interesting. I think many of you will love to see it. Alright, here we go. What a way to start the day with some crazy shenanigans. Some Psychor action. Beastmen have a lot of cool monsters. I just don't really see a lot of play. Hey, Meaty Dangler, what's up? Yeah, we're on the grill. Oh, this will be great. This will be great. And later today, so I want to try the, I want to continue the Chaos Dwarf challenge campaign. We're still trying to figure out the early game, but I think as soon as I figure that out, we're good. Oh my gosh, dude. There's a non-zero chance this build is super busted. Although, I think some other factions can pull it off better. But it's so unexpected that it might just be a free win. Still 720p? Oh crap, yeah. You know, I wanted to, what have I done to deserve this? I wanted to see if Twitch ever gives me 1440. Because we are streaming at 1440. Although, I'll have to double check that YouTube is actually showing it at 1442. Because if it's not doing 1440 on both sites, what is even the point? Let's see here. Yeah, it's only showing 1080 for me. But it seems like other people are saying it's showing 1440. 1440 on YouTube? Alright. Nice. The Twitch hate continues. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry. I'll see if I can, I don't know. Maybe if I get enough Twitch viewers, then Twitch will give me 1440 on Twitch. I don't know. Alright, so basically, for anyone who knows my Kislev build, you'll know exactly what this is going to be doing. I brought the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. So, if he goes for an infantry build, he's straight up dead. There's nothing you can do. Twitch viewers clearly second-class citizens. Absolutely. The neglect continues. Honestly, it's par for the course. But yeah, this is basically just a Kislev build. So I don't have the leadership bomb from the cavalry either. But take a look-see here. Oh, he has 8 units, hell yeah. Because I think a lot of people will want to try and single entity bomb the Beastmen. And I just can't have that happen. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Alright. So, let's see how this goes. Beastmen versus Warriors of Chaos. We have the Blood Brute. There's no amount of single entitying he can bring that should be able to beat this. Incarnate and Blood Brute both have insane melee attack. Nice. He brought Archaon. He's a dead man. Because I also have Traderkin, which is, unlike Kislev, we do have somewhat of a final transmutation. So he bought Forsaken, he bought the Hell Cannon. Yeah, he's super dead. He is omega dead here, alright? Like, there's no amount of single entities he can bring in that will be able to contest this. So what I want to bring in next is probably more cavalry. We want to get him in. And we want to beeline that Hell Cannon. That Hell Cannon does not deserve to exist. It shall die. I don't have any slows or anything. These guys will take a hot second to actually get in here. But they shall. But they shall. And as soon as we kill off that Hell Cannon, life will be chill. Whiffs on the Hell Cannon shot. Hell yeah. Alright. There we go. Just give them the loop-de-loop. I can ignore the aspiring champions. They're kind of whatever. I got mass. So we're just gonna pile driver in. We have our Incarnate Elemental. And of course, I have some great magic over here. Remember, we do have a Mortis engine. So this is a little bit scary for him, right? So... yeah, let's get that debuff going. Boom, baby. That's a pretty nasty leadership bomb. We'll see if it's enough, though. His Forsaken are all over me. Incarnate is mortising though. And a rear charge from the Sons of Goros should be able to break these halberds. So they're realistically not a problem. The mortis engineing continues. There we go. So they get routed. And then I simply back on up. And then we murder Archaon. There's no way Archaon survives this. He's going to be taking lots of damage. He's going for my caster, which I don't really care much about. Caster I can keep relatively safe. And then Archaon, we just bully him. We just absolutely bully him. There is no escape. We're going to speed reduce him. This guy does have a speed reduction ability. And we're on the hunt. Archie ain't going to know what hit him. Sons of Goros are going to be screening him now. Whoa. He's fast though. Archaon's fast. Can we body block him with the shaman? Oh, barely. All right, we're landing a couple hits. That's all I realistically need. Because now that he's surrounded, he's doomed. Yeah, there he goes. And Archaon is caught, man. That's pretty brutal. The hunter becomes the hunted. That's, yeah, a lot of melee attack barreling in on him. Escape is impossible. He chucks out a Hail Mary burning head to try and save himself, but it won't work. And then, yeah, devolve on the axe throwers means that they also cannot escape. Success! All right, so now that Archaon's dead, the battle's basically over. So this is like the Kislev build. It's extremely fast, extremely high DPS. Lord Hunters 2000. It's pretty nice against factions that can't really shoot you. It's definitely a doozy to try and have to beat. Absolute brutality indeed. These axe throwers. Will they be able to escape? Sons of Goros have perfect vigor, so they do rather well. Pulls into his infantry though, so he does manage to escape from that. And I imagine he'll likely be trying to resummon Archie. At this point though, the value trading is just so much in our favor. Because he's down a Lord, right? So I guess I'll just go over here. Let's do this. The Death Squad is doing great. Let's yeah, let's just decrease the leadership. Why not? There you go. Goodbye, aspiring champions. You fought well, but the leadership bomb is a little bit too much. They can act. They don't have ITP. I can't believe aspiring champions don't have ITP. What is this world that we live in where aspiring champions route to big monsters? If they do not fear the gods of chaos, why do they fear this? I don't know. All right. So he does bring in a couple Hellstriders. I can actually bring in some Ungor Raiders now to help clean up. And then of course we have a little Doom Squad over here. This guy's providing melee attack. So they're completely fine. Goodbye, aspiring champions. This should be a pretty vicious charge. And with just a little bit of magic, their leadership shall be no more. Traderkin is sick. Or not Traderkin, Devolve upgraded. Reduces their melee attack by a whack load. And the leadership debuff. That should be able to just tear them all apart. You can see one Forsaken's already routing. Very, very nice. Let's get another Cav unit in here. And just like that, capture point is ours. I do want to chase off them Forsaken. I wonder if he's going to resummon Archaon. I get the feeling that he's saving up money. Yeah, there's another route. Aspiring champions routed too. Unfortunate for them. There's a Traderkin. Traderkin. Brutal. This guy has 1,500 value. So you know the Traderkins have been cooking, right? It's great. You have a Death Star build, and your opponent can't really counter Death Star because you have Final Transmutation. This is like the ultimate in blobbening. Hellstriders decide to commit. But Hellstriders, even though they have ITP, they don't do too well against leadership bombs. So one of them's already routed. It's already gone, son. And I don't have to worry about fighting in trees either. Oh my god, it's sick. Dude, the Incarnate's amazing, man. I'm surprised people don't run the Incarnate Elemental more often. It's surprisingly good at getting routes off consistently. Relatively short cooldown on its ability. There's no way he wins this fight. Everyone's getting insane melee attack buffs. So, yeah, every single charge is just brutality on him. Oh my goodness. Pretty solid, I would say. Yeah, I'd say Beastmen are pretty good. I think it's this guy that has, yeah, the Slaughterer's Call. It's a leadership melee attack booster. That's what's making all these guys so terrifying. And then I have the Daze debuff, which is a -10 melee defense. Very, very nice. Oh my gosh, this Death Star. And every time I cast a spell, by the way, it also increases my charge bonus and vigor. So also pretty nice. Also pretty nice. So all my guys will be getting a little bit more vigor, a little bit more charge bonus. The only thing that would make this more devastating is healing, but we ain't Kislev. All right, nice. And we just right-click this. Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Look at that. Centaurs still have 92 speed. They actually outspeed many of these dudes. I can get some of those guys in a second. Oh my gosh, the absolute devastation. Yeah, he's tabled, man. Dude, the Hellstriders do nothing against this army. I'm actually rather surprised how well this does against Hellstriders, but I think it's because this guy. Yeah, he already has 1800 value because he's a Mortis Engineer. And the Hellstriders do not like taking that Mortis Engine damage. These guys are routing at full HP. Hilarious. And he taps out. Solid. Very solid. That's a Beastman build and a half. That is absolutely a good Beastman build. Nice. So now I have time to get some food while we sit back and relax. I didn't eat breakfast yet. So yeah, we had to get that one out of the way nice and quick. I hope you enjoyed your Monster Mash donation request. You asked for monsters, I brought monsters. People paying me to be toxic in tournaments. Dude, the Hell Cannon got 250 value and then died. Archaon got 700. These guys were mostly there just to buff. This guy got 1800 though, insane. Incarnate's great. I kind of wonder, if I wasn't worried about single entities, I could have brought the Jabber Scythe for a second Mortis engine. And then we would actually have the equivalent to a Vampire Count's Mortis. Yeah, this is the Beastmen Death Star. So I kind of wonder, right? If you get the Jabber Scythe, what Mortis are we looking at? So it's 8 to 16 if their leadership is low, which is it's gonna be low. So that's pretty easy to activate. Plus 8 to 16. So you actually do get a Vampire Count's Mortis engine if you combine them. Let's see here. Yeah. And then of course these guys are really fast, high DPS monsters. You're looking at 65 speed Death Star. It's pretty nice. Yeah, Beastmen are very fun. And I think people gotta start respecting these builds. I think people are not ready for the Monster Mash a lot of the time. Anyways, I'm gonna get a quick bite. I'll be back in a second. Oh, by the way, in other news, I got a best of 9 show match with Danican coming up soon. It's gonna be pretty hype. But yeah. I think it's sometime this week. Yeah, it's on Friday. Yo, will the patch be out by then? Did CA give a date for the patch? This Friday. Full release notes for patch 6.3 this Friday. Oh dang. I'm gonna get a best of 9 show match Danican on the new patch. Yo, that's gonna be hype. Yo, I should actually ask some of the top players for best of 9 show matches. That'd be fun. We can message all the top players, you know, Ulrich Wall, Berserk, Charix, Danican. I'll be back in a second. All right. Notes are Friday. Next week is the full patch. Oh, okay. Dang. All right, so we'll be playing on this patch then. Let's see here. Followed by the update itself next week. Ah, I see. Yeah, I really hope we get some multiplayer stuff. Dang. End of month patch. Should have known. But yeah, I feel like it'd be real fun. Turin's gonna be streaming it too. Yeah, let's just message all these players. Berserk. And then I can start scheduling. Attack speed enjoyer. With Maximillionaire. Yeah, they didn't mention any multiplayer changes, but we don't have the full patch notes. Usually multiplayer is not like front and center. Looks like attack speed enjoyer messaged me. Should be good. Just best of 9 show match attack speed enjoyer right after the tournament. Gotta be Slaneshi for ITP. Oh, for the poor aspiring champions? Oh no. Doombolt buffed. Yeah, just double the damage of Doombolt again. Oh, Alberic is getting a voice actor change. How about Throg? Throg! New recorded voiceover for Wulfric, too, huh? Throg, Alberic. That better align those characters with their lore. Yo. Throg! Oh my god. Nice. Tomorrow then, probably we'll get a best of 9 show match with attack speed. Yo, Throg will be hype. Yeah, Throg is supposed to be smart and sophisticated. So is there a tournament tomorrow set up? If not, I can set one up. Nice. There's a 3-faction tournament. So we'll do that, and then immediately after I can do the show match. Nice, nice. All right. The match is finished. Advancing the Swiss. Goblins, round 2. It begins. Let's see here, just managing stuff. Round 2 has begun. We're up against Stern Guard. Hell yeah. All right. So Stern Guard. Here we go. Yo, yo. I'm Beastmen. Send them the lobby code. Give them the maps. And then we can see what craziness we can do. Here first. Yeah, Turin is definitely an NA streamer. And his tournaments are also very NA centric. Eval Purple, thank you very much for the raid. Bald Canaracan, thank you very much for the prime sub. I have so many messages now. Yeah, what is this? His opponent had to drop. So I believe that's Corsair. Where's he at? Potatoes Devil. Okay, so we gotta drop him and make sure everyone has the correct number of points. Turns out messaging a million people at the same time while hosting a tournament is difficult. So I got a million messages. Okay, so Potatoes Devil. Okay, and then this player needs a Swiss point, and then I can start making my army soon. There we go. Alright, there we go. So adminning is all goodies. And then gonna respond to this. Alright, there we go. And then my opponent. Okay, bans Dust Bowl. Sorry, was adminning. I'll ban. Let's see here. What's he playing? He's Dwarves. Oh, I see. Let's play Rift at World's Edge. That's a pretty fun map. So he's Dwarves versus Beastmen. This should be super Beastmen favored, right? In theory, in theory. Just wrapped up your stream, dropping off a few folks. Thank you. I gotta check out your channel at some point. What type of content do you do? Let me look it up. Vile Purple. Let's see here. Let's take a look. See, looks like lots of Warhammer content, lots of oh, Total War in general, some Troy action, Total War Pharaoh. Ah, I see. Very fun, very fun. For all the Vile Purple viewers coming on in, we do tournament action. How's the stream quality today, chat? I think it's still 720 for a lot of people. Alright, Dwarves. How do I want to do this? That way, that way. Centaurs and Zinch are pretty good versus them. Armor piercing Centaurs. If you get a rear, as long as you're rear charging them, you should be fine. The biggest worry, I would say, is if they go for like a million gyrocopters or something. But that or Slayers. So you gotta have a, if you ever playing against Dwarves, you want something versus Slayers and you want something versus gyrocopters. Both are not impossible to deal with. This should be a pretty fun spell to have. Although then again, this is probably just better. You obviously want many a chariot. And also Minotaurs are also very nice versus Dwarves. Honestly, Beastmen have just Beastmen have a million ways to cut down dwarves, and they have pestigores now too. Dang. All right, yeah, dwarves are super dead. Super duper ultra dead. Not only that, but you also have Bestigore herd. Bestigores are great. You have Ungors, cheap archer source to beat them up. Is there anything that I'd be worried about facing dwarves? What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing that they could see? Oh yeah, Razorgores are good. Razorgore herd. Got Tuskgore chariots. I have a giant. Giant's a little bit excessive.
At your service.
Centaur throwing axes can be good versus dwarves, but you have to be a little careful. A Darstrix, thank you very much for the membership. You want Ushopti? Alright. To the list. Welcome to the crew. What else is good? Let's see here. Oh yeah, dogs. We did establish that dogs are really good versus slayers. Like unreasonably good versus slayers. Yeah, gore herd's also really good. Though they need the right targets. Like, you don't want to just send them into longbeards, but who even runs longbeards nowadays? I think most dwarf players aren't really. I don't think they're really running that many longbeards, right? Especially in domination, where you're just kind of a little slow. Not the bestest feel-good experience ever. Alright, money-wise, what do I want? Sure. This build should be good enough. Dwarves, in theory, are very manageable. I just have to make sure that I don't get debated by, like, some crazy artillery build where I overextend. I have had a bad habit before where I just super overextend into artillery and then we get murdered. Ushopti are just the most difficult. Really? I feel like Ushopti are really good on the Tomb King's roster. Like, the melee and the range ones are really strong. All right, nice. I have more bests of nines lined up. So on Thursday, Maximillionaire. On Thursday, we have a Maximillionaire match, hopefully after the tournament. With an attack speed enjoyer. Let's see here. It's tomorrow. Okay. Okay, nice. So our content schedule. Attack speed enjoyer tomorrow after the tournament. Then Maximillionaire after the tournament. Then Danican. It's gonna be best of 9 central. Very hype. So let's go ahead and show off this build. A little bit of lag. A lot of bit of lag. He's gonna see if he can fix it. Fingers crossed it all works. Today I really want to see if I can get my chariot micro going well. We have lots of strong dudes. Lots of armor piercing, which is usually what you want versus dwarves. And if he goes for a bunch of artillery, I'll just capture the points and retreat. Should be fine. Doesn't look like he's going for a gyrocopter build either. But yeah, it's gonna be best of 9 Central this week. I'm excited. What are you eating? Breakfast burrito. It's nice for emergency. It's nice emergency food for streams because I don't have to prepare anything. What if he pulls out the Slayer meta? Bestigors will annihilate Slayers. Like all my infantry here is specifically anti-Slayer attack. This guy will be cool, by the way. Pit of Shades plus Smoke and Mirrors means when I go for the big engagement, all my cavalry will be able to jump him much easier. If he has Gyrocopter max, I have 4 Harpies and a Manticore, along with Skirmishers. And then, of course, more dogs for Slayers. And the AP cavalry for whatever he might throw my way. The lag. Okay, it may still be lagging just a little bit. Maybe a lot. I'm gonna see if maybe he can host and then it won't lag, maybe. It's pretty rough though. Okay, yeah. He's gonna host. We should be good. I see. That's a lot of weapon teams. And then a lot of Slayers. Interesting. So he should just be dead, right? That's a rather ludicrous amount of ranged dwarves to start off with. So he has 4 troll hammers, 3 iron drakes. All right there, buddy. It's not a drop. We're having him rehost, or we're having him host so that hopefully it lags a bit less. All right, there we go. Let's see here. So he has 2 engineers. He only has 2 units of melee infantry to start off with. So there's no way he can actually just push me. I think I will need to summon in a lot of cavalry, but based on what I see, I'm pretty sure Harpies can get a lot of work done here. Because once his teams are disrupted, my infantry can just jump them. Ah, this will be chill. This will be super chill. All right, here we go. And so we begin. Yeah, with him hosting, it's a little bit better. It should at least be playable with just a mild amount of stuttering. So there they are. The Dwarven weapon team tied. I should, you know, I could even use dogs to jump them. But I think the cavalry is just better. The idea here is you want to pull them forwards, because it'll be really hard for them to reinforce. So instead of just diving them right now, as much as I would love to, it would give them a little bit too good of a defensive formation, and I think that might screw us over. So instead, we're just gonna triple cap them, and then we're gonna pull back, and we're going to go for just a fat surround.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
Let's get those centaurs going. We're gonna pull really wide. Ain't no gyrocopters or anything. I could even use a pit of shades just to disrupt these guys a little bit, but it's probably better placed on the dwarf warriors. It'll be really helpful though, because that speed bonus. It's a 10% speed bonus, and on my infantry they will definitely be able to cook rather hard with it. So there's Slayer Core number 1. I think I realistically just need one more unit of cavalry though, and I should be fine. I'm kind of wondering if I should engage now though, or wait a bit. Because while of course he doesn't have a lot of capture points, I don't have a big need to engage now. His army is really weak currently. He hasn't summoned in a ton of slayers yet, so I should be able to just deep dive them. I think we want to start getting ready for it probably. But yeah, it'll be Centaurs and then Harpy spam from then on out. Because
Woeful tidings.
yeah, the harpies will get to the fight just a little bit faster. We'll summon them along the flanks. So here he comes. So as soon as I get in range, that's when I want to cast the Pit of Shades. I do have a lot of whoopsie daisies. Do have a lot of boys here. There we go. So there's the pit. Let's just dive on in. We just want to overwhelm here. He's having a hard time. Yeah, he has to turn and fire, which is putting him in a slightly awkward position. And most of my boys are able to dive in fairly quickly thanks to that little buff we got. Of course, my archers aren't really doing too much, but as long as a few of our guys make it through his lines, it'll be enough disruption for us to win this fight. So fairly good chariot dive in is coming on in now. I can use my lord to disrupt these guys. We just got to keep on pressing on in, and then everything should be fairly good. He actually went really wide with his infantry too, which kind of made it rough for them. They actually didn't really block that much, all things considered. So we're pretty happy about that. There we go. Most of the weapon teams are dead. And now I spam out dogs to kill off his slayers. And the battle should basically be over at this point. That was a very nice engagement. Pit of Shades dive-ins are so good. We learned that one from Danican. So Danican would play Dark Elf infantry hordes with the Lore of Shadows. And it would always crush it because they would just move way, like they would get into the fight way faster than you would normally expect. It's a very cool tech, just having that slight speed upgrade to infantry. You wouldn't expect it to actually be so useful, but it really gets you in there fast. Now his lines are completely annihilated, and I think it's just over. We got 1 million dogs here to kill his slayers. There's like nothing left, man. That was pretty brutal. So goodbye slayers over there. All the Bestigors are in. And my chariots 2 even survived. How amazing. Let's use the doggos once again. And even the Minotaurs lived, which is really important because they do have that healing that we want to make use of. Yeah, he got one volley. You can never really get more than one volley off. And if you do it just right, he might not even get a volley because of how hard it is to turn at times. So it worked out pretty well. How the Chariot's doing? Fine enough. Should be able to kill off all his heroes and such. I guess he does still technically have that double cap. But I don't think that's a big deal. Those Slayers are going to be slightly annoying. But yeah, no more weapon teams. I guess only one of them maybe that have rallied over here. As soon as I reconsolidate my forces though, this should be a done deal. He's also going to be losing his heroes and his lord and all that. That cannot be very nice. There we go. So yeah, Master Engineer is going down. This Master Engineer is going down. The Lord is going down. And he's stuck summoning in miners, which are pretty terrible against the cavalry. Cavalry is just a little too fast for them. Although they actually braced against that charge fairly well, surprising. I do have more Pit of Shades action I can chuck out. Let's see here. And this one Iron Drake here, I guess, is a little annoying. But yeah, he should be dead. Should be dead. How's his lord doing? Barely alive, barely alive. Oh, he does get a blasting charge volley though. That's pretty nice. We're not gonna let up though. We're gonna keep tryharding. Whoopsie daisies. Misclicked. There we go. All right, so there goes another engineer. Nice. That misclick almost did me in. That would have been very bad had I misclicked like that earlier in the game. Accidentally selected all my units because I was holding shift, but anyways, there go the miners. Very little value on those guys. And the Minotaurs, they still live. I don't know, there's not really much else to do, right? I guess he's really spamming these guys out. A Manticore will do great though. Now that all his range are dead. With the range still on the battlefield, the Manticore runs a really big risk of getting rampaged and murdered. So it was very important that we got to this point. But now that we're here, we're chilling. I should be able to get a pretty nice Pit of Shades here too. Come on, get it in. Nice. And goodbye, Grimdelvers. Boom. Dang, that took forever to cast. Must have been the lag. Anyways, that was overcast, so I believe they're just dead now. And yeah, I think that's game. I will say though, this is an atrocious matchup for the Dwarves. So even though like we could say that his build wasn't super great, I think like he kind of has to play for his outs. You kind of just have to make do and hope that your opponent doesn't have the right tools or he misplays or something. And yeah, naturally that means that you will see some pretty rough builds. So that was Beastmen versus Dwarves, and the Beastmen win. And that's gonna be our second win of the day. Hell yeah. Very nice. Pit of Shades caster, 1800. Jeez. None of his Iron Drakes or Troll Hammers really did too well, except for this one. Engineers only did okay. Yeah, I think like, I don't know. I think this is a really good build for punishing people who don't get the engagement just right. So if your opponent doesn't do it right and they miss micro and they tank a volley or they mistime their attack, this will potentially just instantly kill them. But it's so risky to bring against Beastmen, because like Beastmen are the most likely to bring a very mobile rush, especially against me too. But what can you do? All right. Yeah, Centaurs are pretty nice. And the doggos, look at that. Doggos, they pay for themselves. Doggos on Slayers, who would have guessed? Oh man, look at the Bestigor value too. Very nice. I think that went basically all according to plan. And now we wait. These Beastmen games are too fast. Even with the lag issues, there's still other people finishing up their matches. We got some questions. Does the charge bonus apply to the unit that was charged or the charging unit? It's the charging unit. Let's see here. Do shields protect from the flamethrowers? I don't think they do. I think most special attacks, or I think the flamethrowers, most of the damage is explosive damage too, which is particularly good against against all of that business. Although missile resist blocks against everything. Why is Kazrak so cheap? Because he sucks. 800 gold Kazrak. Beast Lord is only 650. Would you ever want to take Kazrak on foot? He's a 5,000 HP Lord with the 60 melee attack, 52 melee defense. At only 800, that's relatively cheap. I hear Doombolt's OP now. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Alright, while we wait for the last round, let me just... Oh, nice, finished. Advancing the Swiss. Goblins. Round 3. Who am I up against? Zegzi! Alright. Yo, yo! I'm Beastman. Yo, Beastmen are feeling real strong right now. I don't know how, like, I feel like we've had some good matchups, though. We'll see. It's the last 2 games where it gets a little bit spicier. Zegzi is playing... He's also playing Beastmen. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, Beastmen mirror match. Okay, I know what I want to do. Beastmen mirror match. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Your first ban. Oh my gosh, dude, you guys are gonna love it. Ain't no way he wins this one. Okay, so I want this, and then I definitely want this. There we go. The dreaded Beastmen mirror match. Let's see here, and then I definitely want this, and yeah. If he wins this, I will be surprised. Or what if he brings the same build as me? There's always a chance he brings the same build. Haunted Vale or the Changer's Madhouse. Let's play Madhouse. Wait, no. Let's play Vale. Alright, Haunted Vale. There we go. And then what I want is this unit. Or do I? Okay, there's the minor issue where like this build does have counters. It does have counters. What's a bad Beastmen matchup? I'm not exactly sure. I haven't really like played them a lot, but they're a solid rush faction. I feel like vampire counts probably. I don't know. Let me check the total tavern stats. Stats. Beastmen. Apparently Batonia, Slanesh, vampire counts. They're 0-10 against vampire counts. Apparently they also do bad versus greenskins and ogre kingdoms. So it seems like factions that are more fighty tend to beat Beastmen. Like Khorne, Norska, Ogres, Greenskins, Counts, Slanesh, Batonia. All of them have a very positive win rate against Beastmen. We're talking better than 33%. And then High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elves are also bad. Interesting. Well, that's kind of surprising. So what, is Beastmen just like a mid-rush faction then? Are they just better rush factions? Maybe. Apparently they do bad in against other rush factions, and they do bad versus elves. It's probably because the single entity core isn't nearly as strong as other factions, but color me surprised. Spending the monies though. It is difficult. Okay, this'll... Guess this is okay. You know what, sure. Seems good enough. Do I need the Sons of Goros versus Beastmen? Probably not, right? Probably not. Are Harpies good in this matchup? I'm realizing now that I don't really know how this matchup works exactly. Okay, those will surely be good. Yeah, like Centaur are great weapons. There's no real armor that I have to worry about, right? Are Minotaurs like bad because we'll just get routed? Should I be spamming dogs instead? Is dog maxim? Alright, here we go. Let's see if this works. I'm ready. Here we go. Mirror matches are always terrifying. Because build-wise, it can be rough. What just happened? Alright, well, it seems like there was a crash of some sort. As far as I can tell, though, he's dead. He has a Blood Brute Behemoth, but I have the... Okay, there's a desync. Interesting. Very strange. Anyways, this is my build. I bought the double Mortis. I think I have more single entities on him. Because he only has the Blood Brute, and I have a Gorble and a Doombull. And the Incarnate. And then the Vorbergland Brood Mother. So I'm pretty sure he's just dead, right? Pretty sure. Very nice. I got my match, my best of 9 scheduled with Maximillionaire. So attack speed and Jory tomorrow, then Maximillionaire, then Danican. It'll be a busy week. Best of 9s for these. Yeah, I wonder if Foot Kazrak is good, because yeah, he does have that ward save, right? A laser strike. Thank you very much for the prime sub. All right, so the idea is simple here. I have my death squad. I have a traderkin. I should be able to just kill him. I should be able to just kill him. These guys are all amazing. Jibba Jabs, pretty good. I bought a ton of cavalry, lots of Centaurs. Butchers of Kalkengard. You know, the works, the usual. And if he tries to kite me, at worst, he'll just have 4 Axe Throwers. And I have my own Axe Throwers, so I ain't too worried. Should be pretty chill. So here we go, charging straight at them Goreherd. It's a solid start. The big boys are coming on in. So Goreherd is charged. And then we immediately pull back. Doing a quarter damage. For basically free, you'll love to see it. And then I just start annihilating his lines. Because he only has this thing. He only has the Blood Brute. Which is not exactly the strongest, you know. It's not really going to be able to help him that much. So he does have Traderkin. So he wants to cast that, right? I gotta disengage just a little bit. Because he's gonna want to cook me there. He does catch my poor archers, I see. Okay, and he gets 1 Traderkin off. Now here's the thing, if I kill this guy, it's fine. We're doing great if we kill him. So I'm gonna send the Jabber Scythe on him. We're gonna surround his Blood Brute Behemoth. And then we're going to start spamming Centaurs. Centaurs will be important. There you go. For clearing out his Centaurs. Let's get that debuff going. I think he was a little bit too aggressive with his cast there. And I think that will screw him over just a little bit. So look at that. His Centaurs are now starting to rout. His Brave Shaman is not able to punish this blob that is forming here. And what's the cooldown on this? It's pretty short, so he'll probably have it back up in a second. I should be a little wary of that, right? Just a wee bit. Here comes the Doombull. There's the cast. He does get it off, but most of my single entities are still fine. Looks like his little dude over there is suffering pretty bad. The behemoth is slowly but surely going down. I'm gonna slow it with a little bit of spell casting there. He's playing real well though with his caster, but if he loses the Blood Brute, he loses almost all of his ability here to kill single entities, right? So in theory, I just gotta kill it. And then we're fine. As it stands, the damage is not bad. Looks like, yep, Blood Brute does go down. Nice. Okay, so let's pull back. Value trading wise, though, it's actually a little sus. He's using his infantry to really muck me up, which is definitely a little annoying. Can we catch his caster, though? Looks like the Blood Brute might even be able to disengage here. That would be very painful. Ah, okay, I see. He actually has a lot of stuff here. Will the Blood Brute rally, though? That's the real question. And he's gonna kill my caster. Maybe. Caster might go down. That would be certainly unfortunate. His infantry tide is doing rather well, I must say. He has a lot. Gets another big cast. It's gonna be painful. The Traderkins is smart. Gonna cast a little Traderkin ourselves here, though. I should be able to kill that Blood Brute. Come on, there we go. Incarnate Elemental's kind of getting bullied too. It could be a little bit better. I think we win the single entity fight, but only barely. Which is not the greatest, right? You would want a devastating win to make sure that his infantry don't clear you up. Blood Brute actually manages to hold too, which is real bad. I think he might be, yeah, he might be wrecking us here. With the mass amounts of infantry, I think the Mortis engines just aren't really cooking well enough. Dang! Yeah, this is the first time I've seen the Beastmen Monster Core not do, this is the first time I've seen a Monster Core not do well against Beastmen. Bringing the Blood Brute was smart, though. And then the Traderkins, I think he was just ready for it. He saw it coming miles away. Does he have enough magic left over? So he still has the Blood Brute alive. I'm a little worried about the Traderkins, though. Dang, so it can be beaten. Honestly, it wasn't the biggest fan of the Jabber Scythe. I feel like the Jabber Scythe didn't really do that much. Because it doesn't really contribute to the single entity fight, right? Blood Brute might have just been better. Of course, I'd be clearing infantry a little slower, but... yeah, this is looking pretty rough. Dang. Well played, well played. Can I kill the Gorgon? Dude, the Blood Brute barely living is crazy, man. Holy crap. There's another spell cast. Yeah, so he brought Malagor with Flock of Doom, but he brought this guy with Traderkin as an emergency backup. Dang, alright. He got me. GG, well played. Alright, yeah, that was actually, he was real ready for that build. Very fast matches today. Oh my gosh, Beastman memes. Let's see here. I did like the Incarnate. I feel like the Incarnate was good, but his range was just a little bit too much, right? Lord dead. His caster being on foot too made him really hard to snipe. He was very ready. He was very, very ready. So what he had... yeah, with only the Blood Brute and a Gorable, he was able to beat the squad. If I had a Blood Brute of my own, it's questionable how it would have turned out, because it would have healed. I think the Jabber Scythe was not great. In the Death Star, I don't really like the Jabber Scythe. Maybe he saw your build and restarted and brought Traderkin? I don't think so. You know, it'd be really easy to check too, right? Like if you go to replays. I guess like I didn't save that last game. But it's fine either way. He had the guy in reserve regardless. But yeah, I think if I replace this with a Blood Brute, I think Blood Brute Elemental is fine. He did have the one archer. Lots of infantry, which I couldn't really route easily. Maybe I should have just Trader Kinned him. Maybe I should have just Trader Kinned him more. I don't know. How'd the campaign go yesterday? Yeah, we're getting there. We're continuing it today. And by continuing, I mean restarting. He got pretty mad savings putting this guy on foot. So, like, he literally just has him as an anti-blob caster. That's real smart. Tad Cooper, thank you very much for the prime sub. Also, yeah, Trader King is also meta. Like, anyways. And I don't think Zexy would cheat. I think Zexy is like, I don't think I've heard any offenses. No one's ever complained about Zexy. Sad feelings, you love the jabber? Yeah. He's not really a fighter. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense though. I like the reserve Traderkin to deal with monsters. That's something that I've actually been wondering for a while, how Beastmen are supposed to deal with the monster squads. He's super cheap. He comes in, he punishes the blob. And then you're kind of chilling from there, right? Oh my gosh, Dionysian. Let's see. Obviously, we can just play it straight up, right? But it is interesting. That is very interesting. That one blood brute. The one blood brute is what makes his build way safer because it can just countercharge anything. And the only way to fight the blood brute is to blob against it. Now, if I had a blood brute myself and we just blood brute re-blood brute, then, you know, or I can send like a Doom Bull and the blood brute on it. It is anti-large. Bonus versus large 30. I think honestly, if I had my own blood brute, we probably would have been able to do well. His archers in the backfield were going to be an issue though. But yeah, anyways. I think his build is just smart. I absolutely do not think he was cheating at all. I think you guys don't have to worry about that. Anyways. How would we do this? What would be the best way? I was thinking Butchers of Kalkengard. He had a lot of spears though. Maybe we do just have to go, you know, one way to counter his build, though, is to just go ultra wide. So don't even run the Blood Brute. Don't even run the Gore Bull. Just have, like, a bunch of Ungore Raiders. Just shoot them to death. It's true, microing better is also, well, obviously you can micro better, but I think, in that game... In that game, I could have played Keep Away a little bit more. I don't think I had anything to fight his Blood Brute, though. Unless my Gore Bull Doom Bull combo would be good enough. It's also still very useful theory crafting builds. So Bray Shaman in reserve on foot. How fast is he? 38. Okay. I'm so worried about just spamming archers though, but you could basically copy his build but go even less hard on the single entity. So you take a Blood Brute in reserve just in case. But otherwise, your build is actually just like Superman tidy. Like a bunch of Ungores, Ungore Spearmen. And then you can kind of just overwhelm his forces with this and just play a normal, clean game. I could also bring a lot of skirmishers. I think if I played safe and summoned my skirmishers there, we could have done pretty well. Because he got a lot of infantry. So starting off with the skirmish corps, a Blood Brute, you can still get your Minotaur corps, like so. And then You could bring the Incarnate in case he's just a million infantry. This could do a lot of work actually. Still the same core idea, but you have a bunch of tools to punish too much infantry. You still have a glorious single entity blob. You do need a caster. I think, let's see here. Would I want Lore of Shadows? Probably don't need it, right? Are you gonna run out of ammo against the Gore Tide? Not really. If you use up all your ammunition, you're usually trading up. Could take Spirit Leech, could take Buna. His lords are kind of hard to snipe. They're cheap enough where it's not really worth the magic to try and kill them. I think Lore of the Wild for Traderkin just makes sense. Traderkin's a really good spell. So you can run the Traderkin, you have a bunch of skirmishers, and that way if he tries to send in like one single entity, you'll probably be fine. I would love to get to the point where we rematch him. It's very likely that we'll both make it to the tiebreakers at least. So vengeance shall be ours. How do I want to fill this out though? one Ungor Spearman. Just get the one Ungor Spearman. So we still have a very strong single entity core. We're mobile. I think you do really want that counter skirmish. Butcher's a Calking Guard. Yeah, they're just too good to pass up, right? And then a bunch of Centaurs. Do I need Harpies? Probably not, right? Another thing I could do is I could take a bunch of Ungor Raiders and force him forwards. But he'd probably be able to rush them down. Using his superior infantry corps. I would love to get Minotaurs to work, but they're just so easily routed by Centaurs. It feels a little bit sus. Very little armor, so you don't even need to bring armor-piercing Centaurs against them. Malagor giving leadership 2 is also quite good against the leadership bomb. It's an interesting strat. I wonder how it would go against a Kislev build. Probably not nearly as well because Kislev has healing, right? And of course, Frost Worms have anti-large, so they can definitely kill a Blood Brute. You can even bring Mother Estankia for the spell resist. It's brutal. Infantry-wise, I could bring like a Bestigor, because he probably won't be able to kill it. But I like my mobility maxing. Is there any way I can field just a normal Gorgon? I could field just a normal Gorgon, okay. Something to be said about not running another Incarnate and just having double Gorgon. So double Gorgon, does this one heal? It does, 0.15. It still has 30 bonus versus large. That's pretty good. Of course, at this point, you don't have an infantry clear. You just have the death blob. So you can't actually force out routes, but it's it would be very hard to kill because they'll be constantly healing, right? I might just run double Gorgon. It's silly. But I think it beats a single Gorgon. Very hard. So you have the Butchers. And then do I want Warhounds? Do I want Warhounds? I want more cavalry. I don't know, man. Okay, one more match. And then we're good. Could spam Ungor raiders. Raider cleanup crew, maybe. I was wondering, watching for a while, do you pre-pick factions at random and play that faction exclusively through the tournament? Yeah, so this tournament is a single faction tournament. And that means everybody declares their faction before the tournament starts, and they have to play that faction for the whole tournament. It's a nice casual format for people who don't want to learn a lot of factions or are relatively new. And yeah, it's a fun one. I've been starting to host more normal best of threes though. But this is just a nice, easy format to just kind of whip out anytime. Let's see here. How do we want to do? How do we kill an infantry tide? I think the Ungors are probably not the worst. I think the Ungors, they mostly get there. All right, I might adjust this build if we face him again. Zegsi with the sick Beastmen counterblock plays. I might just always run a Brave Shaman. I think as Beastmen, you should always run a Brave Shaman of Wild with Traderkin. Will be campaign tonight? Indeed. Indeed. All right, I'll be back in a second. Alrighty, we back. Looks like this should be done soon. Oh boy, it's taking a while. Beastmen have great chariots for infantry? Maybe. The thing is, with a single entity Death Star, they can't really defend your chariot super well against cavalry. It's not like you can Death Star with the chariots. At least you shouldn't be able to, unless there's some hidden tech. Yeah, you used to be able to Death Star with chariots, but shouldn't be able to anymore. You haven't played much competitive Warhammer 3, but you could. All right, in previous games, your build is always more elite, but you have good micro. In a single faction tournament, would you survive? You're always countered. I think Warhammer is mostly a knowledge-based game. There's a lot of like base things that you need to know that you don't just get screwed over in Warhammer. I would say that is usually a bigger factor than getting countered, since there's so many different play styles you can play. And if you're not playing meta, the odds of you getting countered should be pretty low. But it could be like a situation where like maybe you spend too much on your casters, you spend too much on abilities, or you're taking units that just aren't very good. In terms of APM though, the number of actions per minute that you need in Warhammer to win is rather low. You can probably be a top 5 player in Warhammer with like very little APM. I think the much bigger thing is having the right builds. Having the right builds, knowing how units work. It's mostly a knowledge game. But yeah, unlike Age of Empires, I know Age of Empires, you can squeeze so much value out of units with micro. Like, I think you can, in Age of Empires, you can get like, there's some situations where you can get infinite value with a unit if you micro it perfectly. Whereas in Warhammer, even the best micro units will only get like 1.5 times their normal value. So you can micro it perfectly, 0 misplays, and at most you get 1.5 times its value. So yeah, it's gonna come down to knowledge most of the time. There's some factions that you can play that really make use of good micro though. The English longbowmen. Yeah, I think there's like horse skirmishers in Age of Empires, and you can like dodge arrows in that game. Just like, yeah, you can go ham. So like micro is good anytime you have cavalry. But even more important than micro a lot of the times is timing. So there's like a few things here and there where it's like, oh, like, you know, you need to make sure your cavalry don't get countercharged, right? But like positioning and timing is so important. In theory, right, if you have like, let's say you have 20 units on the battlefield, which would generally be quite a bit, and then you give an attack command so that all of them move towards the center of your enemy, of the enemy army. Theoretically, you only have to give 20 attack commands for your units to all engage decently well in the time it takes you. Like, you know, it'll take 30 seconds to get in there, right? So in those 30 seconds, if you give 20 attack commands and then you micro hard the 4 units that you need to, you're basically good. But the goblins, round 4. But if you have your units slightly out of position or too far and they engage ever so slightly slower, then the enemy gets a whole nother volley off, and that's like hundreds of gold worth of value that you lose out on almost immediately. So yeah, that's what you gotta keep an eye out for. Hey, we got our opponent. He already has a lobby. Hell yeah. I'm Beastmen. All right. Your first bane. He's Chaos Dwarves. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, Chaos Dwarves will be an interesting one. I feel like, oh, I haven't really played this matchup very much. Oh, today's a good day. I'm really getting to practice Beastmen. Ooh, Wood Elf Kite back in Warhammer 1 and 2 is very strong. I think Way Watchers were really, like, you had to really focus the kite with them properly, or at least maximally effectively. Let's play Jade Tomb. Jade Tomb is a long map with the tree cover on the flank side. I should be able to make use of that. Chaos Dwarves in general are not too bad. Let me actually consult the list of threats that they have. Ah, yes, yeah. So they can go 5 single entity death streak. Yes, that's super annoying. Strong Flying Lord, anti-infantry artillery, melee trains, armor spam. Okay. The biggest thing that I have to worry about against Chaos Dwarves is that they might go for a big fat single entity core and then murder me. Thankfully, we know Beastmen have tools against that, so that shouldn't be a big problem. The next thing is I gotta make sure that I can actually kill a normal build. Because, yeah, it turns out killing trains alone is not everything that you gotta do against the Grand Chaos Dwarves. So if he does go for an infantry style, I think pesticores are just safe, right? Pesticores are just a really safe option in general. You can't really go wrong with them. Let's see here. I think most of his cavalry we just completely outclass, right? So I don't have to worry about that. And yeah, this is already a pretty good build. I'm pretty comfortable versus Chaos Dwarves. I don't think they're the scariest faction in the game. Yeah, like, you just have to respect the double Dreadquake or like the train shenanigans. They could have some really strong artillery pieces that just plonk away at you. So you do have to be a little careful. But that's really it. They don't really play the meanest infantry style, because most of their infantry is just kind of ludicrously expensive. Very slow too. You know what count as trains? Cockatrices? I don't even think they count as trains, man. Who's gonna kill them after they net them down? Alright, but yeah, if we win this, I should be able to make my way to tiebreakers. That'll be quite nice. Let's see here. I'm looking at the patch notes. Here's a list of 20 new locations. Carnival of Chaos, Warpstone Meteor Impact, Dwarf Construction Company, Abandoned Forge of Hashut, Ogre Mercenary Camp. Unearthed Tomb. I wonder if these will let you actually recruit units from other factions. That'd be pretty jokes. Ogre Mercenary Camp? Like, come on. That has to let you recruit ogres at that location. Greenskin skill update. That'll be pretty fun. I really just want to know what they're going to do for multiplayer, though. But anyways, without further ado, we have a battle to get underway. So I'm bringing that big old single entity style. It's a little risky because he might have more, you know, he might have like final transmutation. He might have a bunch of infantry like that last game. But worst case scenario, the skirmishers buy me so much time to just stall and recruit the rest of my actual ground force that I'm not too worried. I don't think there'll be a ton of changes. Don't say it so. Yo, multiplayer needs a lot, man. I need those UI fixes. If they improve this UI next patch, do you know how insane that would be? That would revolutionize. Oh, dang, that's a lot of skirmishers. It's a lot of skirmishers. Okay, pretty good dodging, though, on my end. We're able to mitigate the damage, all right. He does have a fire caster, all right, good to know. Is he flying a little too close to the sun, though? Is he gonna get caught? Looks like he might. So let's go ahead and bring in our caster now. He's going to Burning Head, yep. Oh, he kind of whiffs it, though. Kind of whiffs the Burning Head, that's good for me. Actually positioned it for the retreat. So that's actually going to result in the deaths of many of his skirmishers. And maybe, if we're lucky, his caster too. And if his caster goes down, he's pretty screwed. Double Doom Bulls in there. He's gonna get a big fat artillery shot on him. Oh my goodness. That Blood Brute. Blood Brute's cooking him. It's fast. Looks like he might be able to escape though. He gets a net. Is that enough? Oh, no. Looks like he's still getting hunted down by the Minotaur squad. I will have to disengage though. So he also has one of his range units here. That net certainly lasts a long time too. So the Gorgon's gonna have to disengage. 7 more seconds. Wow. All right. All right, that's a pretty massive net. It's actually kind of huge. Gorgon should be able to disengage though. Get out of there, good sir. Skedaddle. Jeez. Okay, that net did a lot more work than I thought it was gonna do. That is mildly rough. Now, his single entities have taken a lot of damage. Value-wise, though, he's actually doing rather well. With that ranged core putting in so much work. I do have a double cap, though. I do think I may have overcommitted. Losing the Gorgon? Very bad. Zaytan, however. Very snipeable. So I should be able to just bully him like so. We're gonna get him low. And then potentially snipe him when the opportunity presents itself. We're going to hunker down on the home point. Bring in the skirmishers. Everything should be fine. I don't like that magma cannon plonking away at me. It's getting a lot of damage, actually. And of course, his skirmishers are all at very good health. Not particularly good for me. God, losing the Gorgon like that was so bad. A full HP Gorgon loss because of Zaytan's Mega Net. That's real bad. I'm gonna need to play safe the rest of this game to potentially come back here. We're gonna need a Valley trade like crazy. He has them skirms still alive too. I thought they were gonna die. And that cannon is just cooking me alive. Now I can catch his skirmishers at least. So they will be going down very brutally and very fast. And that's a good start. That puts him in a rough position. Gets a burning head. Doesn't catch my guys too much. So it looks like they'll be going down rather quickly. His burning head even gets a little bit of friendly firing. Okay, that's good. That Infernal Guard Fire Glaive, though, is still alive. He's going to go for my caster, and that's not really a big deal. Yes, he will be silenced, but it is not the end of the world. Because looky here. We have our skirmishers in. His caster is very low. I just gotta not get netted by Zaytan again. Jeez, that one fire glaive there, though. Okay, so he's going to bring in some hobgoblins. Can I kill the magma cannon? It's been a thorn in my side for quite some time. Okay, there we go. At least the single entities are getting rather low. Okay, I should be able to catch out the fire glaives. That's good. And that will potentially put us in a decent position. Fairly good charge. Crap, he caught my dudes. Oh, dang. All right. Can we kill his caster, maybe? Catching the fire glaives is nice. Catching his caster there is nice. I'm kind of running out of units, though. Zaytan's coming on in, too. And that really didn't do a lot of damage, did it? Oh, that ain't pretty at all. That ain't pretty at all. All right. His magma cannon living is also really rough, but at least my Doom Bull's doing fine enough. There's the net. There's the glorious net. All right. At least we have our cavalry. Dude, his skirmishers are cooking me so hard, though. His skirmishers are cooking me so incredibly hard. I guess I have the Butchers of Kalkengard. They can probably get some work done. Fire glaives are anti-large. They're pretty brutal. Looks like he's committing with his caster, though. We might be able to outright kill him if I'm lucky here. It's a pretty good cast there, maybe. Hey, nice. All right. Caster down, baby. A start. A good start. Mayhaps the beginning of the end for my opponent. All going extraordinarily well. Having a source of terror here will be very good. Of course, bullying Zaytan a little bit with my lord could be really nice too. I will have to be wary of the Infernal Fire Guard and how brutal they can be. But yeah, his fire glaives are having a rough time. Can we kill off Zaytan? Get a little bit of a lord snipe action going. Fire glaives I can charge. Now, do I want another single entity? Time is of the essence. I think I have to summon in cavalry instead. At the very least, Zaytan's having a pretty rough time. We'll finally be able to kill off his range here. That's good. I can maybe finish him off with a Traitor Kin or something. He's almost out of dudes there. Where did Zaytan go? Oh, he's in there. He's in the mosh pit. All right. Yo, if we kill him here, that'd be great. A Zaytan pick would certainly be amazing. Butchers of Kalkengard are doing their bestest. I have my skirmishers here. But will Zaytan actually die is the question. It appears no. It appears not. Oh, that's not good. Can I capture the point at least? Oh my god, dude. Losing the Gorgon at the start was such a fat misplay. Dude, losing that Gorgon was bad. It was a bad play. Indeed. So he's going to try and hold the triple cap. Can we at least kill Zaytan? We got the Traitor Kin on him. But he lives. What a guy. God, the foot Zaytan actually got me in the end? Dude, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, yeah. I definitely botched it up real hard though, right? Dude, foot Zaytan's killing it. Look at him go. Also, not being able to kill off this magma cannon was really bad. Fire glaives were also just a big old pain in the butt. Holy crap, he's actually gonna live. What an absolute Chad. Zaytan's actually gonna live. Bro. He's at 300 HP. And yeah, there's another shot. Yeah, I think the beast. I can kind of see why people don't go for the Beastman single entity core. Very squishy, right? Yeah, it was good experimentation, I guess. Holy crap, he's gonna live. Can I just kill him? Is he even killable? Will he even die this game? He's at 200 HP. Come on. I just want the Zaytan kill at this point. I'm petty like that. Oh my god, he's gonna live. And he lives. The foot Zaytan. What a Chad. Alright, that's GG. GG, well played.
There is only defeat.
Dang, very rough. I think I do just have to go for like the best Agora squad if we're gonna win this Beastman. Crazy. I don't think we got hard countered. I think it's a very normal chaos dwarf build. I had nothing to deal with the magma cannon, and yeah, losing a 2,500 gold unit at the beginning was so bad. Had the Gorgon lived, we absolutely could have won it there. His fire glaives got, yeah, 4k value. Holy crap. Yeah, all I needed was a Gorgon to live, and then he was in a pretty rough spot. I think Beastmen against that skirmish play was brutal, though. Well played to my opponent. I think his build was good. His build was certainly good. Let's see here. Chaos Dwarves. Where are they at? Where are they at? Chaos Dwarves, there we go. Versus Beastmen. Yeah, I don't know. So playing as a Beastman, it feels like... I don't know how I feel about them. They feel kind of flimsy. They feel kind of flimsy. I think if you go for the Mantide styles, they're not bad. But I think you kind of have to go Mantide with them. Good practice, though. Good practice. GG. Which means we move on to the top 4. Or at least the tiebreakers. Oh my gosh, dude, that Gorgon. The Gorgon got so shredded. Gorgon got massacred, bro. It doesn't even have weakness to fire. Yeah, the value counter should really show what's on the field instead. But yeah, the skirmishers too, they didn't counter his skirmishers super well, and then they kind of died to his cannon. The magma cannon cooks so hard. It's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Alright, so now we wait. We wait for top 4 to be decided, and then we finish off the tournament, and then we play some Chaos Dwarf campaign. Yeah, chariots for Beastmen. I think, like, if you want to play Beastmen, I think their go-to build is you kind of need to go for a bunch of infantry. And their infantry's not that bad. Like, I think genuinely, like, Beastmen Mantide 20 stacks can go a really long way. So what? You can take like 4 Bestigors, 5 Ungors, and then just fill out with spears. With like an ultra cheap Malagor. I think if you were playing Beastmen, the way to go about it would be this. Maybe not that many of those guys, but I think, let's see here. Yeah, like I feel like something like this is what you should be going for Beastmen most of the time. And then you take like a big single entity in reserve. And this is what you want to counter blobs, right? So you can just take like this guy, the Blood Brute, or a, where's it at? Or like a Gorble. And that's enough to cover your backfield. From there, you're just kind of spamming out Minotaurs and Centaurs, and then I think you're mostly happy. But if this is the build that you got to go as Beastmen, I don't like it. I don't like it very much. Yeah, you can take the normal anti-infantry guys. You know, like basically any infantry will do well. But it seems like the single entity builds, like the single entities are good, but more as a counter. They're really good at countering other single entities, not really much else. It's interesting though. I think this was a very learned day. I feel like I learned a lot about Beastmen capabilities. Like I think I was be way too worried about the single entity otherwise. I think let's see, is there anything else it can really bring? I guess it's more or less it. Have the Beastmen fallen? I would need to play another day with infantry styles to really know, because I think their infantry styles are quite scary. Especially when you have Malagor just flying around, giving you tons of value. But, yeah, that means that kite. So I think any amount of kite or skirmishing annihilates Beastmen. Like, I feel like, you know, I'm gonna put that in my notes. Just skirmish them. They suck. Versus skirmish. So like I think if you want to really ruin the day of a Beastmen player, I think what you really want to do, like let's say you're playing Warriors of Chaos against Beastmen, I think this annihilates them. I think Beastmen got nothing on this because they can't go single entities and they lose their skirmish fight. The axe throwers are just kind of janky, right? You can do a very similar thing with the Wood Elves if you want to punish Beastmen. Just go for some Glade Riders. And then after that, you realistically just need a solid cleanup crew for their infantry. So if you rock this, you kind of wear them down. And then you just have like a big hammer. Like, so like double Forest Dragon or whatever, right? Or you can go Kislev and do something very similar with Horse Archers, and then you hammer them with Frostworm Incarnate. I think any faction that can do that will be really good versus Beastmen. Even Empire, potentially. So you could kite them with Pistoliers. And there's not a whole lot they can do against it. And then you can either roll out with War Wagons later. I guess there are some full rushes they can do. They might be able to stuff you up with infantry. But I think, yeah, almost any kite will be fine enough against them. Most of them will go super wide, though. So you do need to have a high enough DPS kite. Would mounted yeomen work? I think Bretonia could bully Beastmen with yeomen. Especially because they have the poison guys, right? So these guys will just mulch the Centaurs. And then you late game clean up with cavalry. So you will want, like, you know, some standard infantry and all that, but yeah, the low armor really helps the skirmishers do well. Attack speed and Jorah saying Foot Kite is better. I think Foot Kite is better but a little bit more risky in case they go for like a full rush or something. But most of the time, if you box up, full rush is not impossible to deal with. Serika can't play top 4. He's also out, dang. Did Beastmen suck? I don't think Beastmen are terrible, but I don't think they're that strong. I think having played them against people who kind of know what to do against them, I think they have some really big glaring weaknesses. Like very weak versus kite and very weak versus single entities. Previously, I would not have said that Beastmen were weak versus kite. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll have some Beastmen mains prove me wrong in the future. What changed? Mostly price reductions and Centaur nerfs. Or, I mean, price increases kind of hurt them. So they used to just be generally very cost effective all around. But the units just kind of got more expensive. Previously, I think you could kind of just spam Centaurs. And they would almost always uptrade, so you didn't really have to worry much. I still think they're a decent faction, but like I would put them like B tier. I don't think they're an A tier faction. Yeah, their infantry is also pretty unimpressive. There are Zongors though. Like Zongors and Bestigors are good. In fact, I think like their infantry is one of their main selling points. Just being able to pull off a pretty mean man-tide. Beastmen have a really fast armor-piercing man-tide. So that definitely helps them a lot in a ton of matchups. Oh, nice. We can do top 4 now. All right. So top 4. Let's do it. All right, so Zegsi, Serika is out. Subutai, Michael, Sterngard, and Ezir. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. So only one has to be played. At Sterngard, you are top bracket versus Ezir for a tiebreaker. Let's see here. Is that the right Ezir? Ezir 073. Sick. At Zegsi. At Subutai. At Michael. Stand by. I'll be making the top 4 bracket now. All right. Lobby code, please. But yeah, I have been thinking about practicing for the grand finals more lately. So I think I'll actually move Beastmen like way down in terms of the factions that I'd be wanting to play. Right now, I still think I have a mean Slanesh Empire and Wood Elves. I might want to revisit Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings. I might want to revisit Kislev, High Elves, and Norska. I think those are the ones that I want to take a look at for my training. So we should get a lobby code from Sterngard very soon. And then what we look at? There we go. All right, and then I'll generate the top 4. We can watch some sick games. Yeah, Beastmen infantry is very fast and punchy. All right. Yeah, high elves, dude. High elves would be fun. Someone wanted me to run Arcane Phoenix. Oh, whoops. I'm not spectating. There we go. All right. So what's this? Bretonia versus Dwarves? Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and check that top 4 bracket. Swiss SFT top 4. There we go. All right. So Serika's out. I'll need to manage that. Serika should be replaced by Michael? No. Actually, yeah. Okay, Serika can be replaced by that. Let's see here. And that means Michael and Zegsi can get started. All right, hell yeah. Nice. You guys can get started. At Subutai, you'll be facing the winner of the match. I'm casting now. Yo, I'd love to see Zegsi win it though. That'd be pretty good. Looks like it's Bretonia versus Dwarves. Oh boy. Gore herd archers? You mean like the Ungor archers? All right, adminning done. Let's go. And they're ready. All right, now in theory, Dwarves are really good versus Bretonia. He's doing it again. Oh, what are these builds? Oh my gosh. All right, so it's a triple trebuchet. Mass yeoman build against a mass weapon team build. All right there, guys. All right, let's see this. Also, yeah, the Ungor archers are really overpriced. But they're kind of important for the roster. They kind of need an archer unit, so they're willing to pay the price for it. This matchup's unwinnable for Bretonia if the Dwarves is awake. Well, this build is very strange, but the Bretonia one is even weirder. I think the mass weapon teams is so risky versus Bretonia, because if they spam a bunch of cavalry, you can kind of get overrun. Let's see. Let's see. There's a response. All right there. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. I feel like this this is a weird match. It's Henry Lamassif. Now he provides terror. He has a charm shield, which is block chance damage resist buff. So from the front he can become relatively tanky. Obviously the trebuchets can't really do much here against this hero army.
We have a victory point.
Oh yeah, I guess the Beastmen archers have stock. Stock helps a little bit, but a Beastman would definitely take high elf archers over Ungor raiders all the time. Ungor raiders are only good because they are an archer unit, and that's all they need. The Beastmen just need an archer unit to do anything. You know, because like when their front line is crushing it anyways, you don't really need that extra range. So it doesn't matter that they're worse what matters is they're an archer unit that can get a lot of DPS in. Now, Blessed Trebuchets. These are not Chevron Trebuchets. So they're not the most accurate thing in the world. But when they do hit, they certainly do a lot of damage. First volley gets a quarter HP off those Dwarf Warrior frontline units. Even a Longbeard. Value looking decent for the Bretonnians. Malakai's here though. So there's a spicy Malachi. That gives a range bonus. So that's his strat. He's giving these guys a range bonus with Malachi. Affects all allies in range. How does that work exactly? Yeah, holy crap. So he's going Iron Drakes with +8 range. I see. Now that's not gonna help very much versus these artillery pieces. He's kind of just eating the trebuchet shots right now. More trebuchets have arrived, okay. And the Yeomen are being used purely as a capture weight tool. So he doesn't actually want to fight with the Yeomen. Obviously, they're really weak in general, right? That's not really the strongest cavalry in the game. Very cheap, though. And when buffed by Alberic, they can actually get quite a bit amount of pain going. But if the Dwarves just keep pushing up, can he actually survive? Like, the Dwarves are just slow pushing it. They'll be able to jump in soon enough. And he commits with Rapunzel. Now, I don't have to tell you this is a risky position to take. Rapunzel, however, she has the Blessing of the Lady. She doesn't have a shield. And that's it. That's literally it. Oh, 15% missile resist. So I guess that helps her out a little bit. Doesn't seem like they're too accurate right now, but she's getting staggered into oblivion. Half HP on Rapunzel, down the drain. And yeah, pretty painful. Oh my god, the staggering. Oh my god, she can't move. He lands Henry to try and body block for Rapunzel. Does it work? No. The answer is no. She's completely shattered. At 300 HP left, she's probably going to be down soon. Now, will this force an overcommitment from the Bretonnian side? They already lost like half HP on Henry. Bretonnia can't really afford to advance, right? This arm is just a little too chonky. Slow is the only way for Dwarves to push it. Oh boy, the brutality. Hey, they have gyrocopters though. But yeah, Rapunzel just got murdered. And now the Bretonnians just kind of have to sit back and chill. Now here's the problem. One trebuchet has already been killed by the cannon. They can't really kill the cannons either. And if they keep going down, the overall value trading is just gonna suck. These troll hammers have 187 range. That's kind of terrifying, actually. What the crap, dude? This Malachi tech is kind of jokes. 10% range and AP and 10% damage. 55 meters. Does that also affect the miners? It does. Interesting. Very interesting. I kind of wonder how that I kind of wonder what you can do with that. That's pretty fun. A lot of the times it won't be impactful, but having a little bit extra range can get a lot of work done. Like, combine that with some Bugmans. You have Bugmans with like 180 range. Could be pretty hype. Now here's finally some cavalry. I guess Bretonnia would have had Bretonnia would have needed to cav max to beat this dwarf build, I think. All right. Hey, he does actually hurt the cannon pretty bad. That's nice. It looks like he probably wants to resummon Rapunzel to our Bretonnian player. Surprisingly enough, it's not over quite yet because these trebuchets are not being pushed, right? The dwarves are being very passive. I honestly think with the current state of affairs, the dwarves could literally just walk up and flamethrower these things to death, but It's way less risky to play like this. Cannons do go down though. Very nice. And you know, dwarves are just sitting there. They're just eating it. Trebuchets are actually killing Iron Drake entities. All it takes is one rock and they'll take a ton of damage. Very hard to dodge too because of how inaccurate they are. This is a quad penta treb play. One of them is, yeah, still firing. Okay, and it looks like the dwarves have had enough. They've had enough. They've decided to move forward. Now, this is the one way Bretonnia has an out, right? Dwarves have 2 capture points. They don't have to move forwards right now. They could probably just tank the trebuchets for the rest of the game and be fine without taking too many losses. But they want blood. So they creep up ever so slightly. The troll hammers at 187 range are just massacring these guys. Henry's dodging. Okay, very nice. A little bit of a twirl over there. And so far, the trebuchets is still alive. In fact, the dwarves being closer means they're even more accurate. So a huge hit on these Iron Drakes. Oh my goodness. Getting beat up pretty bad. All right, all right. There's a blasting charge volley on the peasant mob. Doesn't matter. That's 50 gold. That's actually a good trade for the Bretonnians to eat blasting charges with your peasant mobs. I see these defenders of the fleur-de-lis just waiting to get into that cookie jar. They're just waiting to get in there. As the Bretonnians do manage to buy a little bit more time by firing onto the cannons. Trebuchet down though. So he's down 4 trebuchets in total right now. But do they have anything that can actually kill this, right? Like Bretonnia, okay, yeah, like you're gonna be able to chip away, but at some point you're gonna have to actually move forwards. You can't win a battle with only trebuchets. HRX in chat, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm excited for the best of 9 sometime next week, if all goes well. I've been queuing up a bunch of best of 9s. We're actually like fully booked. Tomorrow should be attack speed enjoyer, and then Maximilianaire on Thursday, and then Danican on Friday. Very excited for it. Would be some exquisite practice. Henry has decided that enough is enough. He wants to end it all. Thinks twice about it. Dips out of there. Bretonnians are taking a lot of damage. This dwarf build is very hard to dive in on. You need a very good mass engagement. And taking these constant mini trades is really bad for Bretonnia. Bretonnia has been taking they've kind of been dancing along the edge of the dwarven gun line. And every time they do, they just keep taking more damage. Like, I think Bretonnia would have been better off just like maxing out on units and trading with their trebs. Although even so, I don't know if that's a great situation. This is a very bad matchup for Bretonnia too. He does kill 1 dwarven miner though. 1 dwarven miner down. Dwarves is still sitting very comfortable. I guess he does kill the cannon crew. There you go. Yeah, they're shattered. But if the dwarves get to the point where they can win on a single cap, Bretonnia is screwed out of their mind. He also doesn't see the Grim Delvers too, so he might commit with his cavalry and just eat a face full of bullets. Some exquisite scouting, you mean? Also very good scouting. What are the odds that we'll face each other in a tournament anyways? You know? Truly unlikely. And... oh, the humanity! Goodbye, Bretonnian Horseman. Yeah, so that's the Grim Delvers for you. Shotgun Thunderers with stealth. Or stalk. So, yeah, they're a menace. They also have lots of armor, so a yeoman charge is not going to do anything to them. And the Slayers on the point are going to be able to secure this position. As it stands, Bretonnia is down trading despite all of their artillery firing. And that's just because of all these constant bad engagements. Looking pretty bad. Some Slayers are moving on up. Will they catch the mounted yeoman? It appears not. Nothing can kill the Slayers, alright? I think there's literally nothing here that can kill Slayers. Outside of like a couple Bretonnian archers that are already dead and routing. This is just brutal, man. He's friendly firing his own spearmen at arms with his trebuchets. Have these things done anything? Okay, 900 gold, right? That's the defenders of the fleur-de-lis. 900 gold. 900 gold. 200. 257. So, did the trebuchets pay for themselves? I don't think they did. Because the trebuchets let the dwarves get value, right? You know? So, like, even though they barely paid for themselves, they didn't really, like, impact the battle very much. Even if, right, summoning all those trebuchets did get their values worth in full immediately, he only gets, like, a 50 gold value trade by having trebuchets against dwarves here. And the rest of his army's definitely not going to trade well into dwarves, so it's just a complete massacre. I think that Bretonia Dwarves is way more winnable than at least a quarter of the Vampire Coast matchups. And Tomb King Skaven. Yeah, okay, Skaven have some really bad matchups. I think Bretonia versus Dwarves is actually winnable. Because you have Foot Squires and you have Questing Knights. You can use Trebuchets too, and the threat of Trebuchets kind of makes it rough for Dwarves. I think there's some skew builds you can bring. There's other factions where literally there's nothing you can do. Like, you can try to skew build, it won't work. But I think Bretonia, you can kind of get it done. If you hard countered this with a Foot Squire rush, with a bunch of Questing Knights and some Knights Errant and all that, you can probably shut down most of the range and you'll be okay. Slayers are going to be a big issue, but spamming Bretonian Peasant Archers is not the worst. But yeah, this is completely over. Absolute massacre. Peak dwarf gameplay. The dwarves did not have to micro very much. Aside from making sure that you dodge trebuchets a bit. Oh, okay, there you go. That's how you get more value on the trebs. You de-summon them. You get your monies back. The thing is, though, it's been 13 minutes. So, the value gain is very slow on those trebs. Like, okay, yeah, the de-summon, right? But, like, the game's already over. So that didn't really make a huge impact. Fun to see Pegasus Knights, though. I don't think they're the best option. I think you really just needed a good calf rush with some infantry. How can you know, though, right? Dwarves could do anything. They can bring a gyrocopter build. They can bring, you know, a bunch of crossbows. Love watching the dowry box at work. Yo, I've been really liking the new Malachi plays. People bringing Malachi is hype, man. He's a ranged shooter dude with 200 range with his buff. Insanity damage. He's unbreakable. I think Malachi, I could totally see Malachi sticking around in the meta for a little bit. It's pretty fun too, because it's kind of an undiscovered tech. I don't think he really got changed in the previous patch. People just kind of started taking them. But yeah, Bretonian's dead. Bretonia has been massacred. Now we move on to the next match. You know, you hate watching dwarves win. I think it's because usually dwarves, they should be abusable, right? I think dwarves, it's like a puzzle box. So, you know, anytime they win, it feels like that shouldn't be how it goes. Now, Rapunzel Henry was pretty spicy, though. Did not get a lot of value. It was only the trebuchets that did anything. You know, maybe he just should have made more trebuchets. You know, clearly if the trebuchets were good, he should have just had more. But that's Stern's Guard win. Lobby code, please. Your versus Subutai. Nice. So let's go ahead and jump into the top four. Now the other side of the top four should already be playing. It's gonna be Serika versus Sterngard. Wait, no, not Serika. Subutai. Subutai versus Sterngard. He's gonna be trying to bring the dwarf banner. Dwarves tend to make it to the top four, but they rarely win the tournament. Serika did have to drop Stern Guard. Here we go. It will get harder and harder for dwarves to win as we progress here. Zegsy has lost. Okay, Michael 4755. Dang, all right, a lot of up-and-comers making it to the top 4 today. Very exciting to see. Just let the weapon teams win. Everyone wants to see the weapon teams crush it. Oh, is Subutai playing vampire accounts today? Vampire accounts versus dwarves is winnable for vampire accounts. I think domination helps him out a lot. But I think they can get stuffed up. I think it's the general strategy. Just stalling them forever, essentially. In lane battle, though, it's a little bit more rough because the dwarves have time to just sit around and they can box and all that. Here's the thing, though, right? Is Subutai gonna bring out the strats versus the dwarves? Is he gonna bring out some grave guard? Is he gonna stall them with zombies for days? It's very map dependent. 2 immovable objects grinding against each other, yeah. Dwarves did get extra capture weight, but not on any units that are really worth bringing in this matchup. Unless Giant Slayers suddenly see a lot of play against vampire accounts, or Hammerers get buffed, vampire accounts will probably outweigh the dwarves here. Longbeards and dwarf warriors are great, but they're kind of expensive for their capture weight. Vampire accounts can per gold spent have more by spamming zombies. They can bring in crypt ghouls who are faster. They can bring in Graveguard who will win the fight. I guess technically skeletons don't have as much, but they also don't die very quickly. If it becomes a melee grind, I think vampire accounts are happy. Dwarves, their job is to keep their ranged units alive. So we're talking probably corollary spam, right? Really, elite dwarf infantry is actually really good here. You know, iron breakers, yeah, I can see iron breakers being a pain in the butt to get through. Did iron breakers get the capture weight buff? Because previously, iron breakers for vampire accounts, you could just ignore them and just capture all the points. Who knows though? I bet Sterngard is going to go the same mass weapon team build. I think we're going to see the same build, and he's gonna live by the build, die by the build. I think corpse carts and stuff will die to full hammers. So at most they're like a late game pick. Oh, they're playing on a Ragnarok lair. Oh geez, that's a very close quarters map with a lot of trees. This is basically as bad as for dwarves as possible. I think a Ragnarok lair is gonna be rough. Now, what if you go gyrocopter spam as dwarves? Can you go gyrocopter spam and just like bomb the zombies to death? There's no way, right? Gyrocopter spam barely kills Norska. And Norska's not exactly like in time to capture the points. And Norska's not really a stuff 'em up type of faction. I guess you could go gyrocopters and spam miners, but the miners just die too quickly to everything else. If dwarves win here, Chark's gonna be so sad. Subutai is ready though. I think everyone, it's kind of like it's a coming of age story, learning how to beat dwarves in multiplayer. I think dwarves are a really good pub stomper faction, but once you really sit down and play against them 10 times in a row, and you figure out the perfect build, the perfect micro to shut them down, they kind of have an upper limit on how much value you can squeeze out of them, unless Sterngard gets some crazy builds. It's a massive skill check, and you can get that skill check pretty high up. Or even top players, if they make one mistake. You know, one blunder is all you really need to win it. I think weapon teams can be compromised by summons and flyers too easily this matchup. Yeah. So a necromancer cackling in the air, spamming zombies on the weapon teams. They last like 2 minutes. So, or it was a minute and a half. I think it's 2 minutes. So that's like your range are gonna be shut down until the melee are on top of them. But this is what I'm saying when I say you only really can't talk. This is what I'm saying when you only really need one misplay to lose against dwarves. If that necromancer gets shot by troll hammers and he gets staggered in the air, it's over, man. Like, he can just die. If he keeps moving, he won't get staggered, and of course he can dodge, but it's very risky. And it seems like our resident dwarf player, Sterngard here, has decided, yes, I want to skill check my opponent. Now, here's the thing. He has Malachi. And these guys are going to be doing 10% more damage, 10% more range. All of this is gunpowder, which makes it even harder to dodge. You have to be constantly dodging. But there you go. There's the raised dead. There's the double Viking. Some corpse cards. And a bunch of infantry with the Dread Black Coach. If you miss my coach's Black Coach for half a second, it's dead. Right? Like, Black Coach, 6,000 HP, 78 speed. Until it gets buffed up with its Black Nimbus to get damage resist, it's gonna be ultra squishy. And against an army like this, where you have Malachi, you have like a million Thunderers. You know, if anything, Sterngard knows how to give us a good show. This area is definitely really flat, so it looks like he wants to play around that. But I do feel like if he just walks in with his zombies, the dwarves will probably get overwhelmed, right? It's a lot of zombies and Graveguard. I don't know if this can actually kill zombies fast enough. Right? Zombies have 12,000 HP. And none of these guys are especially anti-infantry. So it could be as simple as A moving in. But he's got to make sure that none of his single entities get shot to pieces. It's going to be very satisfying to watch either way, indeed. Honestly, I respect it. It's a ranged max build with one dwarf warrior. Looking like some campaign challenge army. Oh boy. No flamethrowers is wacko. I wonder what he has in reserves. Do you think it's minor blasting charges? He can spam miners off these reinforcement points. But I really get the feeling that he's going to be overwhelmed. This army's, and this playstyle in general, is really bad against mass infantry. Map is also pretty bad for the build, because you can kind of use these hills to creep up on them. But let's take a look. So Malachi gives the Thunderers 160 range. I really want to try Malachi with Bugmans, because it makes the Bugmans have as much range as Elven archers, and I feel like that would be hilarious. Bugmans or Rangers could be really hype. A lot of people are using Malachi with cannons too. Very fun indeed. Honestly, I really dig Malachi. He seems like 200 range on this bad boy. And here they go, creeping up. Iron Drake's in reserves. Yep. So, all right. Yeah, I forgot. I was so excited. But it's Dwarves versus Vampire counts. The first 2 minutes of the battle is literally walking towards each other. Just a little bit of scooting. He's got to be real careful with the White Kings. If the White Kings die, that's a lot of value down the drain. They should not just get focus fired. They are rather tanky though. Maybe he manages to bait out some shots with them too. 90 armor, silver shields. That's very solid. And are the dwarves going to play aggressive, or are they going to play a more passive style? You can see the overlapping range fire. It's kind of insane, right? Ain't no way he'll be able to get in there. And there's that exceptional range. Much higher range than one might be used to because of Malachi's buff. You can see the range on this buff is insane too. 55 meters. Did they buff this recently to be 55 instead of 35? I know they did that for a few abilities. I'm gonna double check while we wait. No, it was always 55. Dang. This is just some new hidden dwarf tech that no one ever figured out before. Now, vampire counts want to go for that surround. Makes a lot of sense. You can see how little damage their infantry takes. The zombies can basically just move forwards. But miners are now getting summoned to start to try and stall these guys. Now, the guns really don't do a lot of damage to these guys. 20% physical resist zombies. You're basically trying to kill a mammoth. And it's a smaller target than a mammoth too. You'll see a lot of those bullets are missing. And so far the dwarves haven't really done that much damage. They've killed off about 1 zombie's worth, which is 100 gold. That's not where they want to be. Blasting charges get started though on the skeleton warriors. That's good. Necromancer gets pushed back. 1 zombie's a crumbling. At minus 19 leadership, it might get completely crumbled away soon. But getting to minus 50 leadership is a little hard. So it's 1 range unit shut down. It's another Thunderer getting shut down. Corpse carts are coming on in. And it seems like the dwarves are kind of getting overwhelmed now. Now, 1 zombie does get killed. Skeleton warrior down to the blasting charges. Flamethrowers are getting the working. They're not being buffed by Malachi, but they do have a leadership debuff. Look at that. Minus 55. So these guys should start rapid crumbling. No, they don't. All right. Surprise, surprise. They actually stick around. There they go. So there's the rapid crumbling. Thunderers in the backfield are shooting the crypt horrors, which would never really do much. But these guys, Vargeist is starting to fly on in. The Vargeist will be really good for getting that armor piercing damage in, but they're very prone to getting shot to bits. You can see the right click focus fire is on them. Skeleton warriors are disintegrating, so they're probably going to go down. Lots of damage coming on in as corpse carts crumbling too. Looking a little bit sus. I think the vampire counts could have waited for their infantry to collapse in a little bit longer. Many of the range units were still able to fire, right? And those Vargas just got deleted. And vampire counts don't want that. They want to stall on that triple cap to farm as many points as possible. And honestly, even if the dwarves do win the value trade here, recapturing these points will be very difficult. Good play on the necromancer too. He's alive. But the black coach is down. Black coach down, baby. Crypt horrors are alive, and we are seeing 1 Thunderer is completely unperturbed. That's a bad sign for the vampire counts. Another one is mostly unperturbed. Malachi's still giving his buffs too. And these zombies, they got 16 seconds left on them. 15. But the Graveguard are in. Graveguard great weapons are huge winning play here. Not like nothing can actually win in melee against them. They almost exclusively have to be shot to death. And with another summon dropping down on the troll hammers, the Graveguard will probably be able to cleave their way through here. At least doing enough damage to stop the dwarves from resecuring any points. They're now making a run for it, trying to get onto 1 capture point. All right. Heal is dropped. White King is in there. Both White Kings are in there. And I think the dwarves are going to get overwhelmed now. Like I said, this build doesn't really do well versus mass infantry. Looking pretty rough. Troll hammer torpedoes going down. And yeah, I think the dwarves are done for here. Despite getting some very good shots on those Vargeists, it's just a little bit too much, right? These Graveguard can just tank shots for days. They have so much HP. And they're relatively cheap too. So yeah. One crypt horror down, but there's another one. There's a skeleton warrior in here. You can see rapidly the gold damage values going in favor of the vampire counts. Crumbling over here. Iron Drakes are, they did clear one unit. Okay. Maybe a bit of a comeback here. Dwarves won't be able to capture this point to Crypt Horrors or Crypt Ghouls. But they will be able to roast and toast some Graveguard. Massive damage on them too. Dang, look at that. Oh my gosh. Huge leadership drop. They're gonna almost be crumbling, but not quite. Doom Seekers have arrived too. They're really good at clearing infantry out. Okay. Surprised we didn't see Doom Seekers earlier, actually. They would have been really good versus the Graveguard, and they didn't really have many counters. But they're going to be trying to resecure the points now. Dwarves do manage to get the middle point with a unit of miners and dwarf warriors. The Vargheist dying early on was actually pretty rough. We are actually seeing maybe a bit of a dwarf comeback. They're stabilizing on the value trading, and they are actually starting to secure points fairly quickly now. Many of their ranged units have rallied because of dwarves. So many of these thunderers are around. And one Graveguard great weapon did go down. I think the vampire counts, I think they had a few big losses, right? They didn't take the fight perfectly. And they're kind of suffering because of it. They lost the big single entities before they lost their infantry. Now they will be able to probably hunker down on this point. But it's going to be a double cap for the dwarves. Crypt Ghouls having a hard time chunking through that armor too. They only have 8 armor piercing damage, so even the miners are kind of trading into them. But a Mortis engine is out. Okay. So Mortis engine's a pretty good tool for killing off melee dwarves. I'm a little worried about it because of how much range there's still left. We have an Iron Drake, 2 Iron Drakes at good HP, 3 Thunderers at low HP, and a couple of remaining Troll Hammers, but that's all you really need to kill single entities. It's a little sketchy. Though the double White Kings should be able to continuously disrupt these ranged units for a long time. Looks like this point is fairly well secured, but Slayers are now on the battlefield. They shouldn't trade well into Crypt Ghouls at least, but they'll probably win that. It looks like Vampire counts have barely managed to secure this point. Very good for the Vampire counts. If they had lost this point and continued to trade down, it could have been a really slippery slope for them, where the dwarves just start fielding too many units and they get wrecked. So White King's getting knocked around left, right, and center. He is not having a very good time at all. Those Troll Hammers are just laying into him. He can't even get to them. He's tired. 28 speed. He's never going to get into that gun line. But now, unshielded, he may take some damage. Although it looks like his very short figure is making him a little hard to hit. Malachi's alive though. Nothing can kill him. Slayers are in. They are losing to the Crypt Ghouls pretty bad though. So the Dwarf player, a little bit of a misplay there with the Slayers. With no support, I feel like he really needs more Doom Seekers. One Doom Seeker is already done great, but he really has to capture one of these points soon. And the Vampire counts are starting to hunker down. Most summons are coming on in here. So any dwarf units that are on this side of the battlefield are kind of wasted. What he really needs is to get one capture point as soon as possible so they can continue trading up. And then eventually they'll buy him enough time to capture this in the far distance. As it stands, Crypt Ghouls have gotten a lot of damage. There's a unit of Crypt Horrors here. And he's just trying to get in range. The map's not super optimal though. It's great for these zombie summons. Very good for reactive play. Dwarven Iron Drakes get caught up too. That's real bad. The Slayers, of course, are doing really good versus the Chaff here, but they're just not going to capture the point. Not anytime soon anyways. And the Dwarf player, Stern Guard, by moving up, he puts himself in a bad position for the Crypt Horrors to shut down his range. You see a rout of the miners. And these Slayers just aren't going to be enough. I think Subutai is going to win it. It was kind of sketchy for a second. I think if the Dwarves had a little bit more time, they might have actually won this. But the Vampire counts just have a little bit too much capture weight now, right? We see Horrors and another unit of Karen Wraiths coming on in. And while the Doom Seekers are good, they are but a single unit. over yonder. The Mortis engine's just cooking, healing everything. Karen rates is so much better versus dwarves now because the full AP, the physical resist, or no, the magic resist is not negated. The magic attacks are not negated by spell resist. Used to be, not anymore. And that's gonna be a pretty good win for the vampire counts. Kind of shows that this build, if you have enough infantry, you don't really have to worry about it too much. I do kind of wonder though. I kind of wonder, what if you do just go for a mass? No, there's no way. There's no way mass gyrocopters works against vampire counts. They're just too tanky. Look at this White King. He's been chilling this whole time. Now the winner will be fighting Michu. Or they'll be fighting, yeah, Michael. So that means it's going to be vampire counts versus chaos dwarves. How very exciting. In general, chaos dwarves, they have a pretty decent time versus vampire count, but I don't think it's unwinnable. I actually really like the new sword and board blood knights there. They should do pretty well. Now you want to see dwarves versus vampire ghosts? It's a very similar situation. Just replace the grave guard with depth guard. Replace the Karen race with sirens, and then replace the horrors with animated hulks. And it's the same rough idea. It's gonna be harder for vampire ghosts, but I think they'll do just fine. So GG, well played. Super tie. Stay in lobby for finals, please. Necromancer, very good micro. He never saw combat once. Lots of heals though, very good. White Kings were very solid. And while most of the ranged did a lot of damage, none of them paid for themselves exceptionally well because it's an infantry rush. Fun to see though, very fun to see. So now we go into the grand finals. Oh boy. So currently, vampire counts, their win rate against chaos dwarves. Where's it at? It's 29%. Wow. All right, that's pretty rough. The win rate against dwarves is 53%. So this should be, in theory, a significantly worse matchup for the vampire counts. Now, I feel like Subutai's a pretty good vampire counts player. I feel like they'll know how to handle this situation pretty well. Chaos dwarves have a lot of fire damage, just spread across the entire roster. So that really mitigates the healing overall for the vampire counts. They have some pretty sturdy infantry. So vampire counts need to bring more elite units to take care of them. And those elite units kind of died to everything. You could see Kadai Fireborn. You could see some train action coming on in. We'll see. You love to see dwarves lose. Oh my gosh. Yo, Charles, don't you play factions that are like all really good against dwarves anyways? Why do you dislike dwarves so much? How much do I have to pay you to win with dwarves in the tournament? How much? Dwarves are super corny. Dang. Same with chaos dwarves too, really. You feel like you're responsible for most of the 6 wins versus chaos dwarves. This matchup is awful. Okay. I'm really interested to see what Subutai has then. Should be interesting. I feel like the Blood Knight. I feel like the Blood Knight sword and board are so good though. I don't know. They do so well versus the Chaos Dwarf guns. So they banned Lost Temple of Sotek. Interesting, interesting. Chow, we don't need guns here, just spam elite infantry, horse archers, and Kadai. Oh yeah, I can see that. Blood Knights would... yeah, they would have a hard time there. Though, can't you just get like a Mortis engine? Can you Mortis engine the Kadai? It's a little risky though. And then of course you can get like crazy damage magic. Your flying casters are really strong. The skirmishers will be super annoying. This is fun though. Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire Counts in the finals. Will Michu have the right plays though? Will he bring a good composition? Or will he take too many range units and get overwhelmed? I know Kadai, especially since Kadai got buffed, that makes it really rough with Vampire Counts. Yeah, every horse archer needs to be off the field before the Mortis engine comes out. Makes a lot of sense. Can you chase the horse archers down with the Blood Knights? What about Blood Knights? I don't know. I haven't played against a lot of... I played this a couple times, but never against like a super proficient Chaos Dwarf player. I don't know if they figured out some tech versus Blood Knights or what. Honestly though, Mascadai will just be a pain in the butt, right? I really don't know what effectively, like what cost effectively kills Kadai. This is the finals. Yep, this is the finals. No Danican or Charix today. Crazy, ain't it? Wolves equal horses. Yeah. The wolf archers. Okay, so he wants to play in Putrefying Carcass. The map is set. All right. Oh, he's ready. Oh boy, he's ready. Yo, I'm so excited for this. If we see a Chaos Dwarf win today, that'd be sick. You think he's gonna bring the magma cannon? We're gonna get some sick magma cannon action. Was there a tiebreaker? There was. There was indeed a tiebreaker. Yo, who should I practice next? So I feel like I'm really comfortable with Slanesh Empire, mostly Wood Elves at this point. Warriors of Chaos, I don't know if they really hold up nowadays compared to other factions. They feel a little weak now that everyone knows that Forsaken Aspiring Champion are coming. Like they just know what your front line's gonna look like and then they just counter it. Maybe I need to revert back to Marauder spam, but even that doesn't feel very strong. High Elves though, High Elves could be a fun one. Just get really good at High Elves. They're basically Wood Elves, right? It's just Wood Elves with another layer of skin. Or new skin. Reskinned Wood Elves. Just keep practicing Grand Cathay. Oh, I have to ready up. Whoopsies. Whoopsie-daisies. I'm the host. Alright, let's do this. Whoa, Kadai Destroyer. I don't like the Kadai Destroyer here. I don't know how I feel about Isabella either. A Shadows Caster? Bit of Shades, okay. Oh boy, alright, so as expected, lots of archers, elite infantry, Kadai destroyer. Kadai did get buffed in the previous patch. Let's take a look. Kadai. It did get buffed, right? These. Yo, where's it at? Oh, wrong patch note. Destroyer. Kadai destroyer got a 200 gold cost reduction, 4 melee attack, 4 melee defense, hellish frenzy, active until they drop below half HP. So as a death ball, oh yeah, it's gonna get a lot of work done. Now horrors are good into it. Vampire counts in this case don't have a dragon or anything, so there ain't no cycle charging, they ain't no breath attacks. Opting for a white king on a little horsey. There he is. Whoop. Isabella. What magic do we have? No Wind of Death. It did get nerfed pretty hard. He instead wants to spend his magic on the glorious Malkoth's Mystifying Miasma. Worth it to spam it on the Immortals. Immortals, they have 10,000 HP, but they're really expensive, so you might as well. Hobgoblin Cutthroats are here literally because he had extra money. I don't think they're that good versus vampire counts, but the DPS will be nice against zombies and such. What's a big pain though are these guys. Lots of skirmishers to shoot anything big. And he took this Demon Smith Sorcerer of Fire too against me last time. And Zaytan again. Foot Zaytan. Okay. Yo, okay, yeah. He really likes the Foot Zaytan. Foot Zaytan with the net's kind of hilarious. Sadistic Snare at 20 meters. It's just, he's literally just there for the net. It's kind of a cool tech though, because the net lasts like millennia. I think Zaytan has the longest lasting net in the game at 33 seconds. So taking him on foot is probably not the worst idea in the world. He's a decent fighter with 6,000 HP. And he has Boundless Cruelty, I guess, which is a leadership debuff. Interesting tech. I'll have to think about this if I ever play Chaos Dwarves. So, very early on, it's going to be a quick capture for the Chaos Dwarves. They know that they don't have a lot of DPS. And they want to secure the points nice and early so that they don't have to re-secure them so fast against the vampire count. They want to get as many tickets as they can, because the vampire counts get enough points to just sitting back and relaxing forever. Volley comes out from the Oglacon's Wolf Boys. Gets the Vampire of Shadows, but she's doing just fine. She doesn't have her healing ability, but Isabella does have, yeah, her Blood Chalice. So most of the damage there just really doesn't matter. Using a lot of ammunition on them, too. Mild misplay for the Chaos Dwarves. Lands with this Demon Smith Sorcerer. All right. Yeah, the thing about the net, though, is it's only 20-meter range. So it's... The net, you can't avoid it if you know what you're doing. Oh, good dive, though. Catches a couple skirmishers. That'll reduce the damage he takes as the vampire counts front line. Zombies wading through the muck. Oh, there we go. Wading through the muck. Moving on out. Doing the bestest to get onto that capture point. Looks like they're kind of getting lost, but I'm sure they'll get there eventually. Man, can they make the Nurgle Swamp smell even worse? They're trying to. Kadai Destroyers in here too. Now the fun thing about the Demon Sorcerer of Fire is he does have a heal for the Kadai. So he really doesn't care about leaving this thing in melee forever. But overextending a bit too much could be risky. It doesn't do that well against the Crypt Horrors around. And you don't want to just throw away the Kadai Destroyer, but you also kind of have to try and farm as much value on it as possible. But it was a bait this whole time. Burning Head drops on all of those Skeleton Warriors and Zombies. Roast to Toasty. Lower healing on the Crypt Horrors too. And the volley from the Archers that are now buffed up by the weakness to fire. That's a pretty good time. That was a lot of value. On the far side, he's using his Immortals and Hobgoblin Cutthroats to clear through these, through the chaff. None of these guys are really armor piercing, so these guys will fight basically forever. does get a scab scrath or something, I think, on those hobgoblins or something. I don't know. I don't know why they're taking so much damage all of a sudden. These are just skeleton warriors, right? Hobgoblins kind of janky. But here comes Zaytan. He's gonna be trying to bully the White King. He is a little exposed though. We do know Zaytan's a good fighter. He's a dwarf lord, just like the rest of them. So he's gonna be putting on the pain as the Kadai wards off the crypt horrors. Damage on these heroes doesn't matter. Isabella can definitely heal them up really well. And the Kadai's not really participating much in this fight. Some buffs. Blood Chalice on the White King. Massive heals. Absolutely massive heals. And Zaytan does have to pull back. Downside of Foot Zaytan, he's not the best fighter in the world. He can kind of get ganked up on. And his speed is not really too fast. Good Burning Head though roasts these guys down. Immortals, they do have 7 capture weight. So they will be outweighing all those zombies now, which helps out dwarves a lot in this patch. And the skeleton warriors and zombies are kind of getting ground down. Chaos dwarves still have a massive ticket lead, which is pretty brutal. And even a unit over here to stop the skeleton warriors. Sneaky gits! No counter summon to deal with them. No cavalry, no nothing. I'd be a little bit worried if I was the vampire counts here. But they do capture the left point. Ticket-wise, they're not doing too well. If Chaos Dwarves start up trading, it's going to be real bad. But Infernal Guard getting caught up is nice. They will be able to fight for quite some time, though. 42 melee defense means they don't really take damage from the chaff. They'll just keep grinding. But Zaytan dying is pretty rough. He does get beat up by the elite squad. With a little bit of cycle charging, they can punch through that melee defense, and he falls down. Here's the thing, though. Immortals don't really care about that. They're actually bogging down the Black Coach. They have less speed because they're in water. But that's the only thing really hurting them. Because their unyielding assault makes it where the melee attack can't drop. So that's a double cap for the Chaos Dwarves. Kadai is still alive and in good health. And Zaytan might even see a resummon. On foot, I don't think he's that expensive. As, man, those Wolf Riders just cooking it up. Fireborn are in too. And Vampire counts are gonna need to try and secure another point, but the struggle is real, right? They're gonna use their single entity corpse cards to try and hold the point. Black Coach knocks into a couple Immortals. If there's one way to slowly pull it back, it's to somehow kill the Immortals with a Black Coach, but look at the damage it's taken. It has 0 kills. It has built up nothing. Poor Black Coach. Taking some massive hits from these guys. The dwarves, so they have infinity mass. 250 mass is like cavalry levels. As another Burning Head drops, Kadai is still in extremely good health. And the Withering drops. I don't know if that does anything, but it drops on the Crypt Horrors, reducing their armor and leadership. Lower armor for the archers to do basically true damage against them. It's a pretty nice buff. That's like a 15% damage buff maybe on them. Both far points are very well secured. Black Coach was unable to stop them. And even some Bull Centaurs come on in. This is looking pretty sus. The value trading is really good for the Chaos Dwarves. As many of these units are crumbling, the Skirmishers are still alive, and the Kadai is just cooking. Looks like the Demon Smith Sorcerer of Fire is also having a good old dandy time. Maybe I should learn Chaos Dwarves just for the counter pick against vampire counts, but I don't think they have enough other counters. What do Chaos Dwarves do well against? Let me see. Chaos Dwarves. They do well against Slanesh, apparently. Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, Norska. Yeah, maybe I should learn them against those factions. Clearly, they got a little bit of teeth. Norska makes sense, because Skin Wolves will just take 1,000,000 damage, right? Slanesh is kind of surprising, though. I don't know how they do so well against Slanesh, but so be it. Maybe it's these Skirmishers. How do you beat the Slaneshi Cavalry, though? I kind of wonder. Do you just spam those Dwarf Warrior frontline dudes? Anyone know? What are you... Yeah, that'd be great. It'd be great if someone picks Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings. They just pick Chaos Dwarves. Easy win. Anyways, he does kill off the Infernal Guard. Oh, Infernal Guard are probably super annoying versus Slanesh, aren't they? Because they're anti-large shooty boys. I can see that. Man, this could die though. It's just not dying. Buna on Slanesh Cavalry too. Oh yeah. She's stuck summoning in Hellstriders against armor. Kadai Fireborn are probably super annoying. Dude, I can see Kadai Fireborn being so annoying versus Slanesh. Oh my goodness. They get damage reflect too. The longer they're in melee. Jeez. Yeah, so just spam Kadai and Fire Glaives and Armored Infantry frontline. Yo, yeah, the Destroyer actually seems useful here too. Got that damage reflect going on. It's beating up that White King. And Vampire counts are almost stabled now. They only realistically have Isabel and the Mortis engine. The net drops on the Vampire of Shadows. Zaytan the Black. Oh my god, and the summon of the Fire Glaives. Oh my god, the Jabates. Dude, nobody expects the net from Zaytan, I swear. I think once people get used to it, it won't be nearly as good, but that's hilarious that I got caught out, and like me and Subutai both got caught out by the net. Goodbye, Vampire of Shadows. Zaytan makes it really hard to dive the back line. Look, he was just waddling on the point. Asserting dominance as the Kadai in the distance just crushes it. Look at that. Oh my god, that poor White King. Well, that's pretty brutal. Vampire Shadows is down. Goodbye, Goth Vampire. He served well. And the Chaos Dwarves with a very decisive win against the Vampire counts. Very, very decisive. That's crazy. I should learn Chaos Dwarves as a counter pick. They're great.
One of your units has been destroyed.
God dang. Meet you with the win, man. Some very good Chaos Dwarf play today. Yeah. Against Slanesh, that net. Oh my god, that has to be annoying. The net against Slanesh. No elite cavalry can dive into your backline. Okay, here come the Hobgoblins. Nikki gets... Alright, I gotta copy these builds. I gotta get some Chaos Dwarf shenanigans going. Massive volley. Isabella's doing her best. Actually takes a pretty huge hit from the Hobgoblins. Bull Centaurs are in, having the time of their lives. Here's the Mortis engine. So he will be able to recapture 1 point, but even on a single cap, the Chaos Dwarves win. He even has an Iron Demon. Oh my goodness, he has an Iron Demon to clean up infantry. Now, I don't think the Iron Demon was super useful. I think mostly it's the skirmishers being so hard to catch. These guys are real powerful. Fire damage across the board, fire weakness. What could you possibly wish for? Kadai Destroyer is great. I like the Fire Glaives, and that's gonna be it. Holy moly. Well, GG. I did not expect a Chaos Dwarf win today. I think I've gained a new appreciation for them. Now, today's not over. I will be playing a little bit of campaign, too. Kadai Destroyer got 3k value. Demon Smith Sorcerer, 1500. Zaytan killed off the Shadowcaster, so I guess he paid for himself. Love the Immortals. Reserve Army was pretty cool. Could probably use more Kadai, though, right? I think Kadai are just sick. The sneaky gets are kind of hype for capturing points. Kind of seemed like Vampire Count's just gonna do anything. They don't really have the single entities to chunk through all this business. Yeah, the Immortals. They barely lost any entities too. 448 kills. Crazy, man. Love to see it. Well played. Well played at Michu. Congrats on the rare. On the well, I don't want to make it seem like they win rarely. Congrats on the Chowie win. Love to see them in the finals. Congratulations. Vampire counts got dumpstered. I gotta save that. I gotta write it down. Write it down. All right, here we go. And then after that, we'll play some Chaos Dwarves Only War campaign. Okay, all right. So here's the thing, right? Against vampire counts, I should definitely do this. So Zaytan on foot is hilarious. I don't think you need Boundless Cruelty, though. I don't think that really does much. immune to contact effects, 35 meters. Wait, that's actually kind of insane. That gives you immune to poison on your Kadai Destroyer. Also immune to slows and all that. That could be really sick, actually. So you want all the skirms, you want the immortals, right? And then he had his Demon Smith Burning Headcaster. That makes a lot of sense. He had him on a Lamassu. Very hard to snipe. This thing costs a little bit too much money. I think Foot Zaytan. It's better if he's cheaper anyways. Oh, that's why he took Boundless Cruelty. That, it could be a money leftover situation. Oh, but no, I'd much rather have Reforge. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. So this is... This against Vampire counts. My goodness. That has to be painful. Then you have a million Kadai Fireborn. You have 2 Infernal Guard Fireglaves, just for that little bit of range. And then I think, yeah, you take 2 Sneaky Gits just for a little bit of back capture. Some Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Is there anything else you really need? A Foot Castellan's funny, but I don't think he actually does that much. I do like the train though. I do kind of like the Iron Demon pick. This seems like it's good enough for Vampire counts. I think Vampire counts would suffer greatly against this. Blood Knights are not going to trade into Kadai Fireborn. Then you have your capture weight. Bring in more Dwarf Warriors because they grind into Undead forever. If they bring Graveguard, they're going to die to the Kadai or the Immortals or the other Kadai. Or the train. Bull Centaurs instead of Warriors. A lot of people... Okay, you know what? Sure. I'll take 1 Bull Centaur Great Weapon. I feel like the Dwarf Warriors have to be good though, right? Maybe, yeah, I'll take the Blazing Beards. Do they have anything? They're Frenzy. Okay, there we go. This should be enough. Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire counts. And then I need my anti-Slanesh build. So... Slanesh, I think you just take a Deathcaster, right? Take a Deathcaster with Leech and Buna. The Immortals are, they're not unbreakable. But Slanesh shouldn't really have a lot that can actually deal with them. You have a bunch of Skirmishers. I don't think you need the big Kadai. Sadistic Snare will be ultra brutal. And you actually don't take this many Skirmishers to start. I think against Slanesh, you do want just like a normal front line. You do kind of just want the normal front line. So 2 Skirmishers hanging back, staying safe. Definitely no Goblins. No Goblins whatsoever. And then what? Infernal Ironsworn versus Slanesh. 1,400 gold, jeez. That seems expensive. That seems really expensive. Does anyone know what the Chaos Dwarf Slanesh matchup is supposed to look like? I do like the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Like, they'll probably be able to win any fight they fight. Kadai are probably really good too. This is a good loadout on the Demon Smith Sorcerer. But what else? Okay, Hobgoblin Wolf Riders are okay as like a cleanup core. Mostly melee is really important versus Slanesh. I just feel like I'm missing something, you know? You know, a train. A train would be sick here. Like, you go for the... oh, yeah, I already have a train. Yeah, because this thing just runs over all the infantry. What else is there? Any way I can squeeze in another Kadai? You know, it's not the worst idea to just have a bunch of Kadai here. Yeah, there you go. So double Kadai, Immortals, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, extremely elite. Very hard to flank though, right? You got Skirmishers to force them forwards, more Skirmishers if I need them. Infernal Guard will be really good. Blazing Beards are really good. And then I think the last unit that I really want versus Slanesh, you usually just want a bunch of infantry. Bolt Dwarves versus Slanesh. I don't know how I feel about that. I think you just want, like, if you can win the melee fight against Slanesh and have a few range units to stop their big single entity lord from giving you grief, then you're basically good to go. I think this is good enough. Chaos Dwarves versus Slanesh. Okay, what's the Tomb Kings matchup look like? And then after that, we'll go into the Chaos Dwarf campaign. I think Chaos Dwarves versus Tomb Kings is a weird one, right? This is a matchup where you can probably just win with the Death Shriek. If you go for a Death Shriek rocket launcher, you can shoot up the Ushapti. It's like a cannon, but better, because you can't even line of sight it. So what? You go for the Death Shriek. Magic-wise, I feel like don't Nehekar Horsemen beat Hobgoblins, though? Do they have anything versus Kadai, though? I feel like Kadai just annihilate Tomb Kings. Correct me if I am wrong. They kill one Ushapti model per shot. That's pretty good. Hobgoblin Archers versus Tomb Kings. I could see that, actually. They'll do well enough versus skirmishers. They're not worth shooting at with Ushapti. So you take a bunch of those guys, and then you just need a caster of some sort. Oh yeah, you have Burning Head. Of course, they're good versus Tomb Kings. What was I thinking? Get this guy in a Lamasu. Yeah, so against Tomb Kings, you're probably just chilling. You don't have the healing that they used to have, but this is pretty good. Yeah, they have fire weakness plus 20%, and a few Tomb Kings units have weakness to fire. So you have 2 Death Shrieks to kill off anything big. And then against their infantry. Oh yeah, Chaos Dwarf Warriors have to be good. You just have to not die to their chariots. And that's when you bring in the Wolf Riders. So there's no way the chariots do well against that. Hashut Stark Ravagers are definitely very good there too. Tomb Kings will probably have a really hard time jumping Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Real quick, how much cheaper is this Sorcerer on a Lamasu? And then if I bring Zaytan on foot, you know what? That's not the worst. Yeah, I'm actually kind of falling in love with that foot Zaytan style. I feel like foot Zaytan on top of a Fireglaive, I think that makes it where the Fireglaive will never get caught. It's just way too easy to defend. Unfortunately, with 25 gold off, but that's pretty easily fixed with a little bit of shuffling. Yeah, dude, this has to be insane versus Tomb Kings. Oh my goodness, the perfect spend. So, yeah, and then you have some great cavalry to fight their horsemen. And then you have Dwarf Warriors, which are just naturally very good versus Tomb Kings. Could die. And then without their Ushapti or single entities, yeah, you just run them over in the melee grind. Alright, sick. I think I have some pretty good counter picks. If I ever need to whip them out, we can do that. Now, time for the post show. I'm gonna do just a little bit of this campaign. I do need to enable my mods though. So we're doing only War Chaos Dwarves. And I have to I have to use only dwarf units and their war machines. So not even bull centaurs, No hobgoblins, no nothing. I can keep my starting units, but that's about it. In land battle, it's heavily Tomb Kings favored, since Cambrian kiddies can kill infantry, can kill infinite infantry. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yo, in my best of 9 series, I'm totally gonna whip out Chaos Dwarves to try and counterpick. That would be so good to learn if they actually have matchups that are this good for them. Like, they deleted the vampire counts. That's hilarious. Alright, here we go. New campaign. Chowie, Zaytan. Here we go. So we're using the drill mod that lets me use the drill mechanics in Immortal Empires. It's a very nice one. How does a tie occur? Yeah, you can get a tie if if both people get tickets at the same time. I've actually seen a replay. Someone submitted a tie replay. All right, so we're gonna do this. Legendary. Shall we? Only war. Dwarfs only challenge. Or no slaves challenge. All right. So this campaign we were experimenting a little bit, trying to optimize the start. So you can see I have drill mechanic. The problem is that Kolek just comes in and murders me immediately. So I need to find some way of stopping Kolek from doing that. If we can just get through the beginning of this campaign, though, I think life gets a little bit easier to manage. Yeah, I hope the patch doesn't just screw over my dwarf counterpicks, though. My chaos dwarf counterpicking. Alright, so the way I like to do this is I get this guy with line of sight, and he kind of distracts the enemy armies at the very beginning. And yeah, I need to get to blunderbusses as fast as possible. That's the goal, and then we use this for armaments. Ranger's Quiver. Unending Volley. I don't have a ranged attack outside of my other dude, though. I think we do want to get the labor, because I'll have to play this battle regardless. You there, you get the Ranger Quiver. And then slowly we work towards Burning Head. Now, previously I went for the blue skill tree. I don't think the blue skill tree is where I want to go. I think I do much better going for the red line, because I just need an army that can actually fight Kolek for once. Alright, here we go. But yeah, so this is an only war challenge campaign. That means I'm at war with every single faction in the game. From the get-go. Fingers crossed we can figure this out. I miss Vortex campaigns. Oh my goodness. It's been so long, hasn't it? What, 3 years? Oh man, yo, I'm so excited for the best of 9 series though. I feel like those will be so good for tournament practice. All that. Let's see. There we go. Good pull away. I hope I can turn it into like a proper series too. Because while SFTs are fun, they, you know, they're really only great for like learning factions. Getting tournament ready is a completely different, it's a completely different story. All right, there we go. Solid victory. Nice. And just like that, first settlement battle is done. So at this point in the battle, there's not that much I have to do outside of waiting for Waiting for Kolek. He's gonna be coming in very fast. I do need to get to my main settlement to tier 2 though, as soon as I can. There we go. Lots of casualties. I think I have what until like turn 8. Shall we see the ultimate combo with Snare today? Well, not today. Although technically I am playing Zaytan. God, I gotta really... Do I do a Chaos Dwarf day? Chowie day? I feel like too many of their other matchups just don't really feel too great. Although, I don't know. The Kadai are really hype. Chaos Dwarves do really bad into any faction that can shoot them though. Like any cannon faction or any like, you know. I feel like elves do pretty well into them. Potion of Foolhardiness, not very useful. So immediately what we want to do is we want to get this gunsmith to get armaments. And then I got to double back to deal with the rebellion. Now we're going full military at the start. Alright, fingers crossed this goes well. And what does this do? It's only armor and melee attack. I think I want to upgrade my guns. We're going full shotgun tech today, people. Fingers crossed we don't die. This thing I'm going to upgrade to tier 2. It usually gets attacked, so I just end up canceling it. But sometimes the AI is generous. Can we get an Alberic campaign when he gets his new voice? Ooh. Honestly, I've been wanting to do more campaigns where we kind of do speed runs. I think at the end of these tournaments, I'll probably do like an hour or so of campaign. This is a full shotgun campaign with War Mod. It's War Mod, and it's not full shotguns. It just so happens that shotguns are the best unit I can think of taking. Because, like, it's just a bunch of melee factions. Alright, so I'm moving up forwards. Because I need to see when Kolek's about to dive bomb me. We get pretty decent raw materials every turn. I can use labor. Yeah, so I can rush construction there. I can rush construction here too. It really doesn't use that much labor. So now my economy is a little bit better, and I just gotta upgrade to ramparts as fast as I possibly can. I only need a handful of raw materials and we should be good. And just doing the basic initial quests will typically get me there. Can't wait for the Tomb Kings though. Yeah, Tomb Kings Confederation. Are they reworking Lizardmen too? I think Lizardmen is the most requested faction to be reworked, especially with the Geomantic Web. Would love to see that. Alright, let's see how this goes. Dang, they just attacked. Okay, well that's a little weird, but sure, I'll take it. So, interesting. Armaments. Construct a building from the assembly line chain and the factory settlement to produce armaments. Oh, crap. Did I make this too quickly then? I guess it's not the end of the world. Okay, well, I guess that out of the way, I can start heading this way to start fighting chaos. Alright, so we're looking for greenskins and Kolek. So far, nothing yet. We're looking pretty good. Unfortunately, Zaytan wasn't able to get experience from that fight, but we'll make it work. So I want to raise the Iron Storm, turn it into raw materials, and I should have enough to upgrade this. I'll be back in a second. All right, and we're back. Very nice. Trains are just chaos dwarves. Yeah, trains count because we kind of just feel like, or at least the request said that trains were allowed. Bull centaurs no though because they're OP. Tomorrow though is going to be a tournament followed by a best of 9 series. Yo, I'm so excited to start the best of 9s. That'll be like the true test of who's tournament ready. Alrighty, there we go. So this battle's pretty simple. You just got a Lord Snipe. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, trains are piloted by Chaos Dwarves, right? You know, I feel like that makes sense. Bull Centaurs are kind of messed up Chaos Dwarves, so you can make an argument that they don't count, I guess. Are Bull Centaurs looked down upon in Chaos Dwarf society or what? Or are they like, you know, is it a great thing to be a Bull Centaur? Somebody get the lore master in here. I get the feeling that Bull Centaurs are... I feel like it's good to be a Bull Centaur. Maybe I'm crazy for thinking that, but... I feel like it's good. Lamassus are technically Chaos Dwarves? You're kidding me. Everything's a Chaos Dwarf. I think it's a relatively good station. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, nice. Big routes. Big routes. Great success. Zaytan can beat this guy up. Here we go. Pretty good volley over there. Nice. Hobgoblins routes as they do. As soon as this lord goes down though. Come on. One last volley. Come on. Oh my gosh, he lived. It's okay. I have the cannon for him. And he's dead. All right. So far so good. This is just the beginning of the campaign though. The big scary part is still upon us. You've been playing Warriors of Chaos's Archaon. How do I upgrade my heroes for Nurgle? Korn and Tzeentch, I can only upgrade them to Indivisible Chaos plus what's the traits for heroes? Sorry, I don't really follow. Maybe chat can help you though. You need the Champions of Chaos DLC? Oh. Are you missing a DLC? Commander Calzone says Bull Centaurs are favored. I see. Alright, so far pretty good though. So I think I raised the settlement for what? 300? 450 raw materials. Oh, hell yeah. Alright. We're set. So that's just enough for me to go over here, go to the Valerie, and upgrade it. So I need this thing done ASAP. I could rush construction and start getting the yeah, I can start getting this building chain going as soon as possible. It'll also give me access to castellans, and it only costs money. So very tempted to do that. I do almost have enough armaments for the ironworks too. Ooh. Okay, I think I'll wait one turn. Get that done. No green skins. Okay, alright, this is actually as good as it could possibly be. Because then I can get the train too. The train is huge. I can get a Skullcracker, an Iron Demon, a Magma Cannon. All I needed was Kolak to not kill me immediately. And then once you have the Doom stack going, I can build tall at the Valerie and then we're set for life. And Grand Cathay shouldn't be able to get to me because of all the attrition. Pretty good campaign start. This one's a win because my artillery two-shots the hell can. Death Shriekers are amazing counter battery. Very nice. And we should be good. Also, by the way, I kind of just skimmed the update notes. The patch isn't out yet, but 6.3 is apparently coming next week. What are you guys most excited for that? I'm not gonna lie. I think it's cool. You know, I think there's a lot of good stuff there. But none of it has really grabbed my attention. Do you guys have anything that that can change my mind on that? Because I would love to have my mind changed. Like, how big is the Tomb King's rework? I might just be missing out on, like, just how big of a rework it is. It could be pretty massive. And I'm just blind to it. Goodbye, Chaos Troll. This thing one-shots entities. Yeah, it can definitely one-shot some Ushapti. Two-shotting the Hell Cannon. What's its damage? Holy crap. Bonus verse large 500. No wonder. I see. Well, that makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Does a fireball kill a troll entity? Oh, body blocked by the horseman. Sick plays for days. Whiffed the burning head. It's not a rework, just a good update. Too few Wood Elf buffs. You excited for the new Blessed units? I guess Blessed units should be pretty fun for Lizardmen. Oh, and then I guess, I don't know. Is anyone super excited for the new landmarks? The new unique landmarks? It's really hard to tell until we actually see them, right? Like, if they're on the same level as, like, the Books of Corn, you know, that'd be amazing. But some landmarks are, I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen a landmark in ages. Been bloody ages since I've seen a landmark. So what's the AI doing? Did I break them? Yo, I would be happy with it being mostly a PvE update. A few changes for multiplayer. And a handful of quality of life changes for multiplayer. Like, I don't really want, you know, like, I think the meta is actually really good right now. But I think the quality of life for multiplayer has really fallen off. And just a little bit of quality of life there, you know, just like, you know, a better replay system, a better spectator system. I think that would go a really long way for multiplayer. You know, and then like they can adjust some of the more OP units, and then I'd be happy. It doesn't have to be a massive rework. Oh yeah, the trait changes is gonna be real exciting. I think that'll be very hype. Just have some really strong traits. There is a little bit of a problem in that I feel like the game just keeps getting easier and easier. I personally really wish that CA I really wish that they would put out a difficulty update that gives you a difficulty mode harder than legendary. So there's no like you know, there's no achievements tied to it or anything, right? But like, you know, just give us some sliders for difficulty. You know, call it like AI scaling, where the AI will get more money and more armies the more time goes on. So then you're actually, you know, yeah, just something to make the late game a little bit more difficult. I feel like the late game's way too easy. I don't think that's high priority on, you know, on anyone's list. But I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to implement, and it would be a nice thing for the veteran players. Like for myself in Legend of Total War, I feel like that's just content farming, you know? Kind of need that. Does mods exist though? I guess. But like that's never been a good explanation for anything that we want CA to fix, right? There's like siege mods exist, you know, Tomb King's Confederation mods exist, but we all want to see it in the main game. Like obviously have a mod that declares war on all factions, right? But it would be so nice if they actually had like a designed harder difficulty. Because of course these mods are good, but like an actual like game developer's fix to the late game difficulty being too easy would be really good. Checkbox, AI gets 1% to all stats every turn. Yeah, you could have a mod that does that. But yeah, like, you know, it would be really cool if they just were like, hey, you know what? Like, here's something that you didn't even think of. Oh yeah, there's Kolak. Because like none of these fixes that I can come up with will actually be like that good, right? But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like yeah, the late game is just a little too easy. Okay, so here's the play. We want to get the trains going, right? So I should be able to get the trains going immediately. The thing is though, I don't have the labor to get that construction going. I can get the building started, but I need to distract Kolak for one more turn. So Kolak has to attack this guy instead of this settlement. All going well. I should be able to live long enough to get a little bit of recruitment and then we live. Kolak's army is pretty nasty though. It's a 17 stack of mostly elite stuff, and I don't have a very big army. We can also hunker down at the Valerie. But yeah, I kind of liked Warhammer 2, how Order Tide was a really good late game difficult challenge to go up against. Nice, distraction worked. Order Tide was fun because, at least for me, you know, I think there should be some diversity to it, but like I think the armies of the world allying against you because you're just so powerful, I feel like is a nice way to really, you know, push the player's ability to defend yourself. You know, while it can be really annoying to have that in the early game, I think it's kind of needed in the late game. But I don't know. I'm not a game developer. I don't know how to make it perfect. I'm sure you guys can poke holes in this like crazy. But just something, you know? Surely there's something that can be thought of by CA. Lore-friendly alternative starts would be fun. Oh, that'd be so cool. Just a way to mix up the campaigns. Anyways, I just feel like something for veteran players is what I'm looking for. As a veteran player, I may or may not be biased. But, you know, I would understand if that's not exactly in their, you know, in their target market. We'll see. Oh my gosh, yeah, late game Petunia, Grail Knight stacks. Allied with Dwarves. Yeah, there's no more Grand Alliances. I think that's what I would love. Yeah, also nice, very good distraction. So we double distracted Kolak, but yeah, I think that's it. That would be my dream update. Instead of like Ultimate Crisis that kind of spawns one faction that's strong against you, right? I would love an Ultimate Crisis that is an alliance-based Ultimate Crisis. Because right now the Ultimate Crises aren't really that exciting. You know, the AI just gets a bunch of armies, right? But like after you kill those initial free armies, they kind of peter out. Yeah, I think that'd be sick. You know what else is sick? This. I can only get one, crap. What do I want? I think the Iron Demon is the best. If the Iron Demon is good in multiplayer, it's got to be good in single player. It's also relatively cheap. Magma Cannon runs the risk of being rushed down, so I'll pass on that. And then I can start getting blunderbusses. So the first blunderbuss, I should have enough. Yeah, I can start recruiting next turn. We can get a Castellan out. This is not the worst. We may live. skulls that add game modifiers as you pick them in campaign, but the effects are meta and game changing. You know, that would actually be really like kind of like the heat system in Hades. Oh my god, that would be so sick. That would be so sick. Yeah, Hades has a system that lets you add modifiers. All right, here we go. Yeah, that'd be so hype. What do I want? Armaments, because I need guns. Here comes Papa Kolek. So there's 2 more handguns, and then we get the castle in. Nice. Modifiers to make the game harder in different ways. Players would be able to flex the number of modifiers that they can win with. But yeah, the Hades heat system, the reason it's so good is because the the reason it's good is because if you enable all of the modifiers, the game becomes basically impossible. Like, you're not supposed to be able to win with maximum difficulty modifiers in Hades. I think there's only there's less than 5 people that have been able to win with it. But they have been able to win with it, right? So it's like, you know, it's the ultimate late game flex, I feel. I think it'd be super hype. Okay, so Kolek's gonna come on in. I'll have 2 blunderbusses, and I'll have a 3rd in 1 more turn. Yeah, heat system's so good. Alright, so I think if I auto-resolve this, he'll take the most casualties. Still not too many, though. Kind of rough. Kind of rough. But yeah, it'd be so funny to be like, plus speed, right? For... yeah, plus percentage speed for enemies. And then that's you know, dang, we're really losing territory. So that's 1 heat per 20% buff. Plus, you know, 1% economy to enemies per turn. 1 heat per +1, or you know, I don't know, plus 5% melee damage, plus you know, 5% ranged, right? All that type of stuff. Yeah. And you can stack the modifiers as you like for a challenge. I feel like that would be so good for content. And then that way, even if a lot of players don't use the heat system, it's also very clearly you know, you're adding unfair modifiers to the enemy. I feel like players won't be because legendary difficulty, for whatever reason, right? People feel like you have to play on legendary difficulty. With this system, it's pretty clear that like it's supposed to be unfair, right? I feel like it's perfect. Let's see here. We'll see. We'll see if they take it into account. It's not going to be implemented for another year, even if they do want to implement it. CA production speed is so slow. All right, so I got my trains. I'm just going to sit here and farm up trains, and hopefully we don't die. I might get a dude just to ambush, though. But yeah, I feel like unfair, you know, like unfair modifiers is hype. And like, I'm sure there's mods that have it, but like, I don't want to have to like keep enabling and disabling mods for it. Yo, that'd be so hype. All right, here we go. So far, no collect. That's good. We're gonna go into ambush stance. 50% ambush can turn it into 70% somewhere in here. There you go. And I guess we're just hunkering down. I'm kind of just waiting for them to come to me. This is the strongest army I've been able to make in any of these runs, though, so that's nice. I just need armaments, though. And then I should probably get lightning strike at some point, because I won't be able to field many armies until I get way more armaments. There's Kolek. Alright, here we go. It's time. So we weren't able to ambush them. That's kind of my bad. But it is just Kolek with an injured army against this full stack. Valiant defeat is exactly where we want to be. Quick save just in case. And I think we just use a train to kill him, right? We know the blunderbusses melt Kolek, so this should be pretty easy. We don't need to restart the campaign. I'm pretty sure Kolek gets dumpstered here. I see a gobbo in your army. What is this heresy? We are allowed to keep the starting units. Thankfully, thankfully. Otherwise, this would become near impossible because we also have only war. So here's the play. I want to play around this kind of corner here. We want to play around that corner because the AI tends to kind of blob up here. Death Shriek can go over here. We have mass skirmishers. They're just going to go here to aggro Kolek. And I have my net. And I have my guns. Here we go. So I just want to post them all up, just like so. They're just gonna spam some magic here, not a big deal. All right. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, look at that. All the way to the white line. There we go. And this train will be perfect for clearing off anything that tries to flank. Oh yeah. Yo, Kolek's gonna get wrecked. He's pretty scary in campaign, but we can manage him. Initial doggos are gonna get caught up. We can even use our train for them. Kolek's gonna be in some trouble. Actually, maybe I'll just snipe their caster. Let's be real, Kolek's gonna get shot to death anyways, right? We're gonna shrink the formations a bit, just so that they're a little bit easier. Just so they don't overlap with each other. That will optimize their line of sight. Train was the best thing I ever got. Love to see it, love to see it. Here comes the Chaos Army. Ain't no way Kolek pushes through here, though. Ain't no way. These Dragon Ogres get shot up pretty hard, too. Alright, there he is. I got the beast in my sights. If I can net him down, even better. So Zaytan's just gonna go for it. Unfortunately for him, his net range sucks, but there we go. And goodbye, Kolek. You'll love to see it. The menace is dead. Okay, this went about as good as it possibly could have. Along with the caster also dying and Kolek just getting deleted off the face of the planet at the beginning. My goodness. I think we might actually be able to survive into the midpoint of this campaign. Yesterday was mostly training and figuring out how to optimize the start. I really needed everything to go well, but it appears it has. And with Kolek dead, a little bit of Burning Heads should be able to rout off these Dragon Ogres and Dogwas. Along with some Trolls too. Oh my gosh, yeah, now I just have to kill the Hellcan. We're gonna snipe this guy first though. Hey, caster's gone, hell yeah. Very nice, very nice. Trolls should be almost routed. They're kind of sticking around. Gotta focus farther. There may also be more armies on the horizon, so I do have to be a little careful here, but we have terror on this train. And overall casualties were kept to a minimum. Here comes another Burning Head. Goodbye, enemy leadership. Along with the train and the terror routes, they should just go down. Do the Zaytan net too. In honor of Michu, our Chaos Dwarf winner earlier today. Very nice. Army losses abound. Great success. Absolutely amazing success. All right, so all we got to do now is continue building up our army. What generation would you say you're a part of? I forget. I don't know. I'm kind of caught between generations. Let me look it up. Let's see here. I don't know. Am I really Gen Z? If I'm Gen Z, it's like I don't feel like I'm Gen Z. What's the one that's older than Gen Z? Boomer for sure. I'm an elder zoomer. Yeah, maybe an elder zoomer. Yeah, millennial. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I'm either the youngest millennial or the oldest Gen Z. In terms of like culturally. So like my sister, right? She was definitely a millennial. And I got most of my culture from her, right? Because like she would, you know, like, yeah, like she'd be around, you know, she played Warcraft, World of Warcraft, right? All that business. You know, PlayStation 1, that type of stuff, right? So like I got a lot of that. But like age-wise, I was like barely skirting the Gen Z culture. I think mostly though, I think I would mostly associate with millennials though. Mostly. Zillennial. Everyone wants to be a 90s kid. Your first console was probably a Wii. I think, yeah, my first console was PlayStation 1. I played on the Game Boy. PlayStation 1 is millennial, sorry. Well, it was her PlayStation 1, right? Although I guess just merely by exposure to it, it makes me a millennial. Let's go with millennial then. It's you know, I know about what is it? It's the difference between Frogger and Crossy Road or whatever that game is called. I think that's the big difference, right? If you know what Frogger is, that definitely pushes you more towards the other end. I bet most of you guys don't even know what Crossy Road is, but all of you definitely know what Frogger is. Jesus, kind of dark, DB, but no. Oh my gosh. Look, I'm not going to get you guys a perfect age range of how old I am. All right, I see where this is going. I see exactly where this is going. You guys are here to dox me. You played Lemmings? Here's one. Have you actually seen a floppy disk? A 3.5-inch floppy disk? Yes. Yes, I know what a floppy disk is. We had floppy disks. This is mostly because my dad did IT though. But yeah, I also know dial-up connection. But we also held on to dial-up connection way longer than my family should have. It was terrible. But I know about dial-up, I know about floppy disks. I'm hip with the old ones. Alright. But yeah, we only, it's like, you know, I'm really, it's really skirting the line though, right? So like my sister, you know, she knows about downloading music and how much of a pain it was. I didn't really have to do that. By the time I was old enough to really enjoy the internet, you know, we had good internet. So this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say I'm a zillennial. I didn't grow up around iPads though. I ain't that young. Yo, I had one guy though explain to me what an A drive is. Apparently floppy disks used to be big. Apparently they used to be big, and that was a surprise to me. I literally saw it in a museum and the guy's like, bro, I have this in my house. That was hilarious. Oh man. But yeah. Yeah, no, I've never seen a big floppy disk in the wild. Have any of you guys? Azimuth? Screw? I don't know what you're talking about. Also very nice. Double win against the Warriors of Chaos. Good leveling. You've used them, bro? Oh no. Haikion. Oh no. Alright everyone, remember to respect your elders. Oh no. Dude. Yo, how did they work? Yeah, they were like huge, man. They're like massive floppy disks. I was used to like the mini ones. I never actually used them though. My sister did. She used them to submit projects. I've only seen floppy disks in the house. They're kind of ancient though, right? Your uncle gave you an old Atari? Oh, dang. 5.25 inch floppy disk? Dang. Yo, I thought, straight up, I thought A drive. I thought he was joking when he said A drive. I never knew it started at A. It was mind blowing. Yeah, I'm a youngster. I'm an absolute baby. I think Total War players in general tend to trend older. Okay, time to get Logistician, finally. Kindle Flame, very nice. And increase mobility, very, very nice. Alright, the surviving continues. I'm sitting on my butt. I ain't going anywhere. I need more shotguns, man. Once I get to a tipping point, though, we'll be fine. Potentially, I can also go to Cathay or go here, but I kind of like having the drill. I want to keep it around. Have the Beastmen fallen and they can't get up? They've fallen, they might be able to get back up. Currently, though, it seems like Beastmen's just a worse Norska. Like, yeah, I just don't really see a situation where in a tournament I would rather play Beastmen than Norska. I think Norska's just better. So dang, I am really running giant armaments. A worse Norska? Well, that's good then, right? Worse enough where they ain't too hot. It seems like a lot of factions just kind of abuse Beastmen. The single entity core isn't the strongest. But I think their infantry is really good. I think Beastmen have some of the best infantry rushes in the game. That's the best I'll give them. Oh boy, another ogre army, okay. You're ancient. When you were a kid, your older brother got a TRS-80 computer with a mighty 16 kilobytes of memory and a cassette tape for storage. Holy moly. Dang. I don't even know what a TRS-80 is. I've never heard of that. You're playing a Torox campaign right now. It sucks compared to Warhammer 2. Rip. Well, that's because in Warhammer 2 he was kind of broken though, right? The nerfs that they have in multiplayer don't actually impact single player most of the time. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like Centigores, well, first of all, Centigores costing more literally doesn't change anything. And then you have what? So Centigores cost a little bit more. I guess Zongors is slightly weaker. I think the reason Torox was way more fun was because you could get infinite move turns on him. That was kind of crazy. Alright, this should be a pretty good start. So we're just gonna blast these trolls at the beginning. Give them a burning head so that they guarantee route. Oh, boy! Jeez, that does a lot of damage. Okay, pretty good damage, I'd say. It's a good starting volley, I'd say. Poor trolls, man. They got deleted. Dude, I can really see why people keep asking me to take blunderbusses in multiplayer. They're so good in campaign. But man, are they bad in multiplayer, man. I don't even know what it is exactly. Like in campaign, they crush. I think they're just too expensive, right? I think in multiplayer, they're too expensive. So you just have no money left over if you go for blunderbusses. But obviously in campaign, you just have loads of cash lying around. That damage is bonkers though. But yeah, like in multiplayer, you'd never be able to afford like 3 blunderbusses. It's like all your money, they just get shot by artillery. Crazy though. Very good ambush. They have the rattling gun problem. Yeah. I think they're just way too expensive in multiplayer. But like in campaign, you love stacking a lot of money on one army. That's kind of the meta. Chaos Giant going down. Very nice. And that's gonna be a pretty easy victory for us. This is the best start I've had yet in this campaign. So after this, all we got to do is kill off some ogres. I think there's a full stack of March Stance ogres we can kill. Should be pretty chill. Lothar was not too bad. Yeah, very short range is rough. If CA fix oh, they didn't say that they were gonna fix range units in this patch. That's a bad sign. I feel like if they were going to do some big range unit reworks, they would have mentioned it in the post today. Range units are still a little janky. I don't think it's perfect yet. I'm a little worried about that. It's not like range units are terrible right now, but there's definitely a lot of spit and polish you could do. None of these are useful. I guess public order's okay. I would say range units are like fine right now, but like they still shoot a little bit slow, and 10% of the time they don't do what you want them to. Like they'll just walk up forwards when they really have no business doing so. Let's just turn this guy into a 6 spellcaster, why don't we? Oh yeah, easy peasy army to beat up. And I can get myself another train soon. I think I should say, man, the blunderbuss is so good though. How could I possibly pass up on more blunderbusses, right? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna auto this fight. I know we're still a little early in this campaign. It can be risky. What is this? Power recharge? Okay. Sure. So, according to the rules, I am allowed to use the Regiments of Renown, but not as a kind of reserve emergency unit. I have to use the Regiments of Renown as part of my main army. Even though many of them are not Chaos Dwarves. Okay, these guys voluntarily join me and they don't actually count as recruitment. So we're gonna go ahead and pick them up. We get another blunderbuss, get another Chaos Dwarf Warrior. And what do I want? Hero capacity for Bull Centaurs. Well, I'm not allowed to spam them. I will take that though. So far we're actually doing not bad. I'm kind of stuck in the Valerie. But at least we're alive. Hippos. I think hippos are canonically not in the Warhammer universe. Though I would love hippo cavalry. I feel like hippo cavalry with like halflings or something. I don't know. You know what? Give hippos to lizardmen. it's not like they really belong, but I feel like, you know, in terms of viciousness, they should. Also, they are, to actually answer your question, Hippogriff Knights are used sparingly for Bretonia, for kind of sniper builds. You basically get a super mobile Death Star, and the Hippogriff Knights do so much damage. They basically just kill everything they touch. Yeah, they just do a whack load damage. Kind of murder everything. But they're kind of squishy. They take a lot of damage. But you can most definitely use them to like pick apart infantry that's exposed. Really good versus melee factions like Nurgle and the likes. But you do not see them in every game. I think you see them like what? 15% of the time? It would be Beastmen or Tomb Kings. I guess Tomb Kings regionally makes the most sense. Beastmen, I could see that, yeah. Oh my god, that'd be so terrifying. A Beastmen hippo. Oh boy. So what is this? What is this? Some more ogres? I see. Ogres kind of suck though versus trains. Don't even have to play this battle. Nice. I have won similar battles to this before, so don't think we're cheesing or anything. Great success. We have a Lamassu and a Bale Taurus. Amazing. Then what I really want is to get Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike in that movement range in the blue line tree. And then we will be doom stacking. Do have to re-recruit these guys though. I know I'm losing out on chevrons, but it's fine. That's village. Okay. Kind of sus. It's a full 20 stack from village. He has some spawns, more units. I'm just gonna be fighting chaos forever, aren't I? There's endless chaos hordes. I wish I could convert money into armaments without needing trains. Yeah, Hippogriff Knights can cycle charge halberds. As long as they're not getting countercharged or shot, they are a very big menace. You need to have like you need to have a little bit of tech to kill them. And if you go air game, Bretonia can just overwhelm you on that front. It's kind of scary. Doom stacking, can't even recruit a full stack. We're getting there, we're getting there. Look at that. I can get into the unit. I can get a dwarf warrior. Would I rather have one dwarf warrior or two dwarf warriors or one more war machine? I think a war machine's better. Okay, all right. Lord and hero recruit rank is nice. Very good. All right, here we go. Sorry, just getting some messages. Okay, so village can ambush teleport potentially. If I ambush here though, he may just normal attack and then just die. All I realistically need is one good volley from my shotguns and he's a dead man. A lot of 20 stacks coming to my way though. Fingers crossed we don't immediately die. Come on. At the very least, it's very good experience. It means I don't have to leave my home settlement very much. Yeah, people don't really expect Hippogriff Knights. Dang it. Grimgore. At least his arm is kind of lackluster. Okay, Grimgore has arrived. Oh boy. This is just becoming a survival campaign, isn't it? Okay, nice. Great success. So you ambush them. I'll play the battle because it's fun. Ambushes are kind of hilarious. I just want to see my shotguns blast them, alright. Let a man have a little bit of fun. And then there's the crazy buffs you can give to the shotguns too, for even more damage. The only downside is you need hella armaments. I guess on one hand, it also doesn't kill village, which means I can potentially fight them again and get a little bit of extra resources. So this is not a complete waste. So that'll be a pretty good starting position over there. A couple Doom Knights are here. We gotta be a little careful around those guys. But all in all, we should be goodies. All right, so just chuck a burning head. Immediately, mass death on the screamers. Zaytan has got to net these ones down though. And oh, barely netted. Doom Knights I will land against to keep them safe. Very nice. All right, and we're looking pretty solid so far. I just got to use this what is this? What's this thing again? Death Streak rocket to shoot at the infantry blobs, and we'll be okay. And then for village, you can get, I don't know, whatever this is. It reduces his reserves. Awesome. All right, Doom Knight's not too bad, thankfully. They're real hard to deal with in multiplayer, but in single player they're pretty chill. Very nice. Oh my gosh, this blob is huge. Unfortunately, I got Glean magicked, so I can't use a flame storm. As soon as that wears off though, he gets a flame storm, we win the game. Or what if I want more experience on my handguns instead though? Oh. Choices. I think it would be better to level up the handguns. I mean the blunderbusses, right? So we just want to post them up and have them blast away. Okay, you know what? I can't pass up a flame storm. I just can't. That's like the most glorious flame storm ever. There it is. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh, that feels very good. It's a bloody massacre. Village will live to die another day, so I can level up my other dudes. Also, Chaos Dwarves are like super good. Yeah, the projectiles tickle into Zinch because they're made out of fire resist, it turns out. Very nice. What a massacre. This guy has almost 200 kills. Shotguns are still going ham. I think this is going to be a hard project for you. There's no real way to get past the armaments bottleneck. Well, that's what makes it a challenge. Worst case scenario though, right? Most campaigns you can kind of just sit on your main settlement for a long time. And usually the AI doesn't make stacks that are strong enough to beat your Doom stacks. Unless you get into like a hyper late game, it's pretty chill, right? So I think we'll be okay, even if it takes me a little bit longer to recruit units. In the late game, I should be able to farm armaments too. Oh yeah, these guys are hype. They slow units that are routing near them. It's pretty jokes. Nice. handguns wish they were blunderbusses. The Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses are probably the highest DPS blunderbusses in the game. Is there a range unit that does better? Iron Hail Gunners don't compare at all. I think Iron Hail Gunners wish they could get close to what Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses do. I think it's just a huge upgrade in damage, and that armor. It's just kind of massive. Killing off village here, by the way, should be real nice. I can potentially move and capture his territory. That's a lot of labor. Okay, so I can just rush construction, everything. Nice. So all I gotta do is beat Grimgore, and a little bit of ambushing will go a long way. Maybe Elspeth's units. Oof, yeah. Elspeth, Nolan Ironsides. I could see that. The range is kind of insane. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We got the Blazing Beards. Thank goodness for Regiments of Renown. Blazing Beards are in. Grimgore ain't gonna know what hit him. Lightning Strike is the most important. Then I'll go for the ambush. Extra powder, nice. And Ash Storm, why not? Alright, so where the Grimgore at? Yeah, he's right there. So we're just gonna double ambush him again. I actually don't have that much money, so I'm not gonna recruit another dude. And I'm just gonna wait to get more war machines and shotguns. Not going for flash bomb. Did I lock myself out of flash bomb? If I did, that's kind of a misplay on my end. I don't think I'm rushing for it though. Alright, we're gonna see Grimgore. We got Golg over here. I'm getting Lord defeat traits for days. Did he not move? I saw the greenskins pass by. Grimgore's actually idling. What a guy. Come on, this guy's just chilling. The trinity of satisfying volleys. Blunderbuss, Nolan Ironsides, and Lead Belchers. Oh my goodness. Although flamethrowers are special mention, right? They gotta be. Okay, so Golg's army. It's mostly bulls. I can just shoot them up. Yo, only war campaigns will be so nice with the new defeat traits. Oh wait, no. They updated the traits, right? Not defeat traits. So never mind. Anyways, as long as we just blast them, we should be fine. I gotta lure them into a choke point of death. Yeah, Iron Drakes. Rattling guns are cool, but they don't have AP. Lead Belchers are insane, though. First things first, though, I gotta kill that scrap launcher with my death streak. Gonna go to my favorite corner. Right over here. And then we're gonna use a little bit of formation tech. So we're gonna try and funnel them into this middle choke point here. Hopefully it works out well. Looks like the ogres are not advancing. Good time to, I don't know, drain the magic, I guess. Maybe skirmish them just a little bit. Warp fire throwers. They're fun, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little too traumatized by how they are in multiplayer. In multiplayer, the best range unit for Skaven is Giselles by a long shot. And they're also pretty good in campaign too, but Giselles are just really hype. Multiplayer really does favor ranged, doesn't it? Campaign very much favors damage per second. All right, here they come. So the unit to focus fire is Golg. So you should be able to get him good. Hookable Iron Fists are not a problem. There goes Golgi. These guys are getting buffed, by the way. 10% damage boost from the extra powder. I just got to make sure my guns don't get overwhelmed. Golg is taking a lot of damage from my rocket launcher. But the lead belchers are in. Now, what are they gonna target? Looks like just Zaytan, so I'm not actually too worried about that. Zaytan's pretty tanky. He doesn't have to worry much. And then here comes the gun line. Golg's man-eaters are already nearly dead. Zaytan can net them. Woo. It was a close net. It was kind of a close net, but we got there. And then as long as the blazing beards hold on the flank, I think we're pretty comfortable. As soon as we're done routing off these guys, we turn our guns to shoot at our little chevrons here. And just like that, I believe this should be a very straightforward victory. Nice. Iron Fists are down. Let's retarget. Dang, dude, this thing's insane. Death streaks are so good. As large target snipers, death streaks are really, really good. Oh, Gold's moving up. Can we blast him? Let's do our best. And goodbye, Gold. Amazing. Should be able to kill off the lead belchers now. Scrap launcher is actually chilling, but it'll be army losses soon. Not a big deal. Very nice, very nice. Not bad. Who needs laborers? All I had to do was get a very optimal start to not die to Kolek. But I think the campaign only gets easier from here. There we go. There goes Golg's army. I think he gives magic item drop chance. That'll help us out a lot. Basically annihilated his army. Very good, very good. All right. Oi. It's nice. I think with this campaign, I don't want to play campaign for too long today. I do need to get myself some dinner soon. But I think we've more or less stabilized the campaign. Like, at the very least, we have a campaign going on now, right? We're not immediately dead. I will have to fight Grimgore. Yeah, there you go. Item finding and steal chance. We're gonna call it for today. I'm gonna call it for today. It's been a nice stream. We'll continue this more later, but tomorrow we should be getting a best of 9 series against, I believe it was Attack Speed Enjoyer. So you have that to look forward to. A little bit of a tournament hosted by not myself, thank goodness. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Oh my gosh. Monkey 39. He typed out Golg's full name and I caught Twitch's security system. It's like, are you sure you want him to say Golg's full name? Are you sure you want to allow this message? It's kind of sus. Yes, Twitch. Yes, it's... We're talking about the main eater. Dang it. All right. Well, anyways, I hope you guys had a great time. We'll do a quick search to see if there's anyone worth raiding. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, usual time. Yeah, insta-ban. Gold discrimination. Alright, yeah, no one worth raiding. I'll see you guys. Peace. And of course, thank you very much to our members. Extra special thanks to Clint, Terry Tarkleby, Pops, Miss New Booty, Calculandia, Steven Samorden, Charlie, and Benjo.